Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I talk about politics with strangers on the internet. No phone number yet. It's just going to be TikTok Live again today. We were going to do a bunch of productive stuff in the studio yesterday, but that didn't happen. Jessie, I think the entire staff is under the weather. Is that the case?
Yes. I slept for 12 hours last night. I went to bed at 9 p.m.
Ham it up, why don't you? Austin Taylor is first over on TikTok, and Alexa is also sick. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I don't actually feel like sick. I just feel like I didn't sleep well, but I did. I slept for like 10 hours last night, so I don't know. We'll see if I have a good show. It's Monday, so maybe people are maybe people are at work and we have fewer trolls. We'll see. Angry Elmo likes the new studio. Thank you. I like it too. It's not at my house, which is kind of nice. I have to get up and go to work now, which makes this feel like much more of the real job that it's become for me. But if only trolls had jobs. Yes, it's Jessie in the producer's chair today. It's the thing about running a show every single fucking day. I got in so much trouble the one day I was too hungover to do the show, and people were like, "Are you an alcoholic?" And I was like, "I'm 30."
Was it Rich Poor? Was he the one who came on?
No, it was some Phil bro who had one of those like, here, I'm going to do my best impression of a Phil bro arguing against abortion. So I have a multi-phase propositional argument where I think that if we ignore the fact that we don't care about how women suffer or anything like that, I have like a bunch of sentences that I can stick together with a bunch of words that I learned yesterday. And if we get to the end of that, I'm just going to assert that I'm right about abortion, even though I didn't even actually get to propositions 2 or 3. It was one of those. I was not having it. It made me throw up. So I ended the show and went and threw up. I just want to mention at the top of the show a little bit of what's going on in the TikTok space for people watching on YouTube, because it doesn't get, it doesn't bleed through as much. But we have an issue right now where basically there's this hoax about Dean Withers being a rapist, and it's totally a hoax. There's a screenshot that is just very clearly AI generated, and not even in like we ran it through a filter and the filter said that it was that it was like AI. It's more like you can zoom in and be like, oh, he's got 11 fingers, like that type of AI. It's not actually finger count that's the problem, but like the picture's all warped and distorted in a way that it's very obviously fake. So what all the trolls are doing is just running around calling Dean Withers a rapist, which is really taking its toll on him. He doesn't appreciate it. It's super fucked up. So I don't blame him for that. But my stance on it, and the reason I'm bothering giving it more attention and talking about it right now, is because I've spent 6 months of my life talking hours a week about the fact that there's this civil litigation against the president for doing something bad to a woman, and these people don't fucking believe it. Jessie, would you get the other phone in the request queue?
Yes.
These chuds just don't believe a unanimous jury of 9, but they believe an obviously AI generated screenshot. Or I don't think they actually believe the screenshot. You can hold on to it. That can be your viewer for the show. Oh, I do know that password. I'll tell you that password later. Jaden's asking, we got the phone. We've had the phone for a while, actually. Oh, charger's too short. The phone is here. The extra phone is here. The issue is just getting the mixing set up to get the phone calls passed through a TikTok account. So it's a tech issue. I had some time to do that when I got the phone, but then the phone was delayed a week and then I didn't, and here we are. Anyway. Yeah, the thing about this. Whoa. One at a time with those, Jessie.
I tried, but I accepted the wrong one.
No, yeah. There's a procedure to getting them in without being super crazy annoying. Echo. Just getting the backup accounts. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you're following the backup accounts for when this account eventually gets banned. But yeah, I keep mentioning the Dean Withers thing because it so thoroughly has demonstrated that people in this community are being disingenuous, that they don't actually think it's reasonable to say that E. Jean Carroll is a liar because they believe this fucking screenshot that's obviously, they believe this fucking screenshot, even though it's very obviously AI generated. But we can sit and pore over the evidence that was used in a civil litigation where a unanimous jury of 9 of his peers determined that he did the bad thing. So like there's people like Popcorn who's been like on the edge of getting banned for being a disingenuous fuck since the beginning. He's been calling into my show since I started. He was bothering me when I had like 10 viewers. But he's banned now because he came on and believed that shit. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you are just 100% lying through your teeth in this for the psychopathic shits and giggles. Like there is no element of your approach to this that has anything to do with the truth. You are not interested in any of that at all. This is all about clout and pissing contests and just like trying to win the debate octagon style by being louder and meaner and often wronger. So yeah, it's yes, Cody Whitaker, I have blessed the stream with a Popcorn ban. I didn't ban his account. I prefer a soft ban in a situation like that where it's a caller that I know really well and I recognize his voice. So I'll know him if he shows up on a on a burner account, which he did immediately after I told him he was done yesterday. The chat called him on it pretty quickly. But yeah, we just need to address the fact that anybody who says that this obviously AI generated screenshot is evidence of anything immediately needs to be asked what they think about the E. Jean Carroll case. Because you can't square the two. Asher is our first caller today. Let's hope we start with a good debate. It's been a while since we've started with a good debate. Hello, how old are you?
I'm Evil Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, so we're not going to start with a good debate today. But that's why we're doing the phone line. It's just because TikTok's getting very saturated with trolls who don't care about anything. They don't care about women or children or the Constitution or just any of that stuff. Like for people like Popcorn, this is just a game for them. So you're saying that women do lie. You know, there's certain phrases that I don't like. I'll take that bait from the chat and I'll talk about it for a moment. John Oliver had that funny bit where it was some judge saying some fucking nonsense and he said, all right, hot take everybody, we don't always have to believe women, because the judge had just said something like really obviously Asher, like, do you think I'm gonna let you back in the queue? Like, get out of here. Somebody get Asher banned. Oh, we got one of Dean's mods here. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my approach to this. But yeah, so first of all, there is no girl in this case. They have the people who've propagated this fucking rumor. Mods, get this guy banned who's in the queue. Somebody probably did. Thank you, Mom Avery. Like, there is no real person who's a woman making these accusations against Dean. The people who are propagating this rumor have done identity theft and taken the identity of a minor and said that she's the one doing it. And because the allegations are so obviously fraudulent, then now people are going after her. So she's another victim in this thing, which is just fucking horrible. Dude, Israeli Ninja, like, why are you saying these things in the chat instead of getting into the request queue to have a conversation with me, right? Like, you can be one of those people. There we go. Look, you even have guest privileges. I've sent the invite. So you want to talk about it? No, they clicked accept. Hello. How old are you?
Who's Katie Johnson?
How old are you?
I'm 40.
Say that again? Your service is bad.
Johnson.
I can see that you got like one or two bars.
Is that factual to say there is no Katie Johnson? It was all a fake.
I have no idea what you're saying.
No Katie Johnson, right?
Okay, so I'm going to disconnect you because the first thing that needs to happen when you join the stream is you need to tell me how old you are. Your service was bad. I'm not going to fault you for that. But if you're just going to come up here and blurt things at me, that's not how this works. If you want to get back in the request queue with some better service and tell me how old you are, then we can have a conversation. Oh, I can hear you just fine. Let's try it again. And here, if you can hear me just fine, how about this time when you come up, start by telling me how old you are again. I think you said it, but I didn't hear you. It was 40 something. I need to hear it. But he's just going to yell at me about things other than what I said is exactly what's going to happen. Because you were listening just a second ago when I said that if you bring me these bullshit Dean allegations, I will ask exactly one question. It is the only thing we're going to talk about is how can you believe a screenshot? How old are you?
43.
43. How is it that you lend any credence to a screenshot that is obviously AI generated, but you don't consider a civil litigation with a unanimous jury?
I'm talking about Katie Johnson.
We're not
She
talking
wasn't
about
real.
Katie Johnson. We're talking about E. Jean Carroll. And the answer to that question,
I'm talking about Katie Johnson, cuck.
if you don't, all right, then you're on the wrong show, because I was very clear. I said before you came up that that's what's going to happen if you bring me that claim. I said it again just now, and you want to scream your head off about Katie Johnson. Not what's going to happen. At the end of the day, like, people can just make up rumors. It's going to happen to me if I keep growing. People are going to say Oskar Quentin did this bad thing, and I'll have to make a video like Dean did with a fucking PowerPoint presentation just explaining the timeline or whatever evidence I have. And then for the rest of my career, I'll have to say, instead of taking up time on my show, see this video. Go reference this video. I've responded to it. I'm not, like that's the sort of thing that as I've grown, I've had to prepare for how to deal with these sort of things. But Fairman's got the right idea. Guy's 43 years old and still not an adult. Yeah. Unwilling to have a meaningful adult conversation. Yeah. Now you're accusing me of having child pee on my computer. Let's get that guy banned, somebody. If we're going to do that, because again, like, it's, you can just, I gave him a chance, right? He wanted to talk about why he puts any weight into this at all. But here we are not talking about Trump. Instead, we're talking about these bullshit allegations against Dean Withers. So this sort of thing works because the right is just willing to fucking lie. I think it's perfectly worth noting that that this person wants to bring up Katie Johnson is a person around which there's not quite as good evidence as there is with E. Jean Carroll, because in E. Jean Carroll's case, there's a civil litigation with a unanimous jury. So he's going to ignore that. He's going to refuse to talk about that, even though that's all we need to say that it is ridiculous to believe this obviously AI generated screenshot about Dean Withers. So they're gonna move on to something where I don't have as good concrete evidence, because there just didn't happen to fucking be all that much evidence. Katie Johnson was one of the Jane Does. Was she Jane? Fucking Discord had me. Jane Doe, aka Katie Johnson, 1994 lawsuit filed June 2016, refiled October 2016 as reported by BuzzFeed and others, then dropped in November 2016. Jane Doe is an unnamed plaintiff who has also gone by Katie Johnson in legal papers. She claims she was repeatedly raped by Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at Epstein's New York City apartment in 1984 when she was 13 years old. A witness, also given the pseudonym Tiffany Doe, has said she recruited Jane Doe and others. Doe, using the name Johnson, gave her an interview in the Daily Mail in which she did not know who Trump was at the time of the alleged attack, but identified him later when she saw him on the television. It is not known why she withdrew the lawsuit. She has not spoken publicly or withdrawn her rape allegations since then. That's from a PBS article. W Discord for getting that one. I forgot which Jane Doe she was. There's a bunch. But yeah, they're gonna bring me that when I said Dean Withers screenshot, unanimous jury of 9 for E. Jean Carroll. What the fuck? So, whatever. That's what we're gonna fucking deal with today. Lucky Phil, thank you for the $5 on Buy Me a Coffee. He said, over here, fully sick means pretty awesome. So I agree, you're pretty awesome. Rest up, get well, listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. You should listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. How are the views doing on that?
Thank you.
How are the metrics looking for your music?
They don't update until like 1 p.m. So as of yesterday, it's got like 4,000 some streams, which is absolutely insane for us.
Sick. It's great.
Oh, sorry, that's House of Cards. Fall is still under 1,000.
500,000 on that Instagram video?
Yes.
Yeah. Follow Sensing Agony on Instagram. Instagram is the place for musicians. It's why it was the only social media that I used before I started doing debates, and it's why my handle is Oskar Quentin Music on Instagram, because Oskar Quentin was taken. I have been trying to get in touch with that guy.
And hey, speaking of, another band stole our breakdown.
Really?
Already. Yeah, I saw it this morning.
What an honor.
I know.
Kind of shitty, but what an honor.
I was like, hey, it's mine.
We're both getting our work stolen this weekend. I'm having the lefties are stealing my video of showing how racist that white lady is. Which is funny because these are people who like really dislike Dean Withers. So the same people who are like posting videos talking shit about Dean Withers are using my content without crediting me. Had a few of those pop up where like, these are big accounts that get like 500,000 or 1 million views on these things. Counts that have like 500,000 followers are unwilling to tag me because they think I'm like one of those like brainwashed liberals who thinks that the Democrats are good. which I guess makes it okay to steal my content. There was one in particular. Okay, hold on. Actually, I want to call him out because he did something that made it worth calling out. Because I could just say, you know what, I'm doing an activistic thing here. If somebody wants to show one of my videos to show what the problem with Trump is and they don't give me proper credit, like whatever, like that's like when I filmed ICE agents and my videos got reposted. It's like, I'm doing journalism. I don't care if people steal my videos showing that ICE is bad. That's just more people seeing that ICE is bad. I do draw the line at there being a pinned comment from King Jeanty 1989 under this video. This guy DJ Soul Child AC collabed with him. These two people collabed on a video that I made and reposted it, and they pinned a top comment giving with their pay links. That's kind of where I draw the line on stealing. Like, if you want to take one of my videos and be like, look at this crazy shit that's happening in the TikTok debate space, here's my thoughts on this, which is really what it is. You put 5 seconds of him talking at the beginning, you put 5 seconds of him talking at the end, but it's just like a 3-minute video that he stole from me. If you're going to do that, I'm actually just not going to really come after anybody for doing that. I don't really care. But if you're going to pin a top comment that is your pay links, come on, dude. Like, that's fucking grifty. Like, that's we joke about the grift. You gotta work the grift, like we kind of reclaim the term by like just talking about it and joking about it. But like at the end of the day, I talk to you guys all the time about the financial structure of the show. I talk about it so much, people complain in the comments about me talking about the show on the show. But because what I'm doing is politically involved, I think it's important to have that same type of transparency. Like, don't be mad at me for offering the transparency that the people I was just talking about want from the Democrats. But yeah, you made my shit list for putting your pay links under my video.
People know who it is in the comments or in the
TikTok chat. Yeah. I'm not trying to hide the name. I said it out. It's come on my evening show. Let's talk about it. Like, that's what I say to these leftists that steal the good work I'm doing, but don't credit me because according to them, I'm not doing good work. Make it fucking make sense. Is it more division? Potentially, but I at the end of the day, we need to acknowledge the drama at some point. But yeah, so Nuts asked if I'm still claiming to have spoken with Andrew Wilson. I told people to go watch and see if they thought that was him. I've become less sure of that. Me and Jessie compared the audio, and everybody who calls into a TikTok live sounds a little different. Like, people say that it doesn't sound like me when I call into Dean or Parker's live. It doesn't sound like Dean when Dean calls into my live. It does have to do with the fact that, like, this fancy setup that I'm using to talk to you right now is not the fancy setup that I'm using when I like phone into somebody else's show. So I'm not as confident as I was the first time I talked about it that it was Andrew Wilson. But yeah, I'm not going to die on that hill. Love to talk to Andrew Wilson. If he runs a debate school where he trains chuds on how to talk to people like me, he's doing a shit job because none of them have brought me a good argument about fucking anything. So Andrew Wilson, I'd still love to talk to you. I'd love to talk to, dude, there are people in the comments who say that like fucking Nick Shirley would talk circles around me, and that's just fucking wild. Somebody says it wasn't. I promise. I don't take promises from the chat. It just isn't really that important. He has been going around calling into lives, whether he did with mine or not. I mean, if he's going around calling into lives, he probably has called into mine. Maybe not that time. Like, I don't know all of these right-wing creators all that well. People think I've been like involved in this scene much longer than I have been. That one Philbro accusing me of watching a Vosh video, I don't think I've ever watched a single Vosh video. Couldn't possibly be that I went to school for philosophy, that I know what normativity is. Regime talk. We're going to talk about the regime with regime talk. Hello, Yo. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. Are you only debating Trump supporters?
I mean, if you disagree with me like fundamentally about something, we can go that direction too. What have you called in to discuss?
Are you a leftist or a liberal?
That's always the question with me. I think I kind of sit somewhere in the boundary in such a way that like the right answer to that question really depends on who's asking, because people draw the line in different places. Not a big fan of the establishment Democrats. I personally would like to avoid some sort of like revolt or societal collapse, just because I think that's really costly to society in a way that a lot of leftists don't consider. But like, Yeah, I mean, you can ask me like to further questions if you want to specify. I think the quick answer I give is the leftists call me a liberal, the liberals call me a leftist.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the European war?
The European war?
Yeah, the Russia-Ukraine war.
Oh, I think that like recognizing international sovereignty is important, and because of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, Russia is not recognizing international sovereignty, and I think it's reasonable to offer aid in situations where there's such a clear one-sided violation of international sovereignty, which is the case in Ukraine. So I'm okay with giving aid to Ukraine for that reason.
Would you say it's one-sided if Amnesty came out themselves and said that Ukraine was committing genocide in Russia? Or at least in the Donbass, on the Russian-speaking people of the Donbass?
Did Amnesty International say that Ukraine was committing genocide of Russian people in the Donbass region?
Yeah.
Really? Let's look at that. Donbass region. Let's see. This is from 2015. Am I looking at the right thing? Amnesty International experts available for comment on the situation. Am I looking at the right thing?
It might be. I wasn't sure if it was from 2015.
Yeah. Let's see what they have to say about that. Because that's concerning. I'd like to look at that. Let's see here. Millions condemned to fear and risk of violence in Donbass. Amnesty International experts available for comment on the situation. Despite the fragile ceasefire, millions in eastern Ukraine continue to live in constant fear. The systemic lack of investigations of war crimes committed by all parties to the conflict in eastern Ukraine risks fueling impunity and continued violence, said Amnesty International a year on from the start of the hostilities in Donbass. The conflict in Ukraine has brought back the horrors of war to Europe, despite a ceasefire agreed to earlier this year. The ceasefire would be in relation, I'm assuming, to the annexation of Crimea, just for those watching who maybe don't know the history, because this is before the current war, which started in 2022. Despite the ceasefire agreed earlier this year, people across the Donbass region remain at the mercy of the warring parties. The pace of conflict might have slowed down, but the violations haven't stopped, said Denis Krivushev, Europe and Central Asia Deputy Director at Amnesty International. The past 12 months have brought horror to the previously peaceful Ukraine. Indiscriminate attacks, abduction, torture, and summary killings feature prominently in the catalog of abuses. Ukraine should accept the International Criminal Court's retrospective jurisdiction to cover crimes under international law committed during the conflict and ratify the Rome Statute. All war crimes committed in the Donbass must be urgently and impartially investigated and those responsible brought to justice. The international community should step up pressure to ensure that this happens and all parties to the conflict cooperate fully with prompt, effective, independent investigations and prosecutions. Talking points: human rights violations and abuses in Ukraine, indiscriminate attacks against civilians, abductions, torture, and summary killings, impact of ongoing lack of investigations into abuses. And then there's read more, and it says summary killings during the conflict in eastern Ukraine from 2014 and abductions and torture in eastern Ukraine. So I'd want to look at these. Let's see. New evidence of summary killings in Ukraine of Ukrainian soldiers must spark urgent investigations. Well, I'm going to skip that one because it says killings of Ukrainian soldiers, which is would be Russia doing the bad thing. Summary killings during the conflict in eastern Ukraine. This one's going to be of interest to me. Amnesty International has received a growing number of allegations of execution style and other deliberate killings of civilians in eastern Ukraine since April 2014. This briefing documents only the handful of cases that Amnesty International has been able to report on with confidence. These do, however, point strongly to the commission of at least some extrajudicial killings by both sides in the conflicts. It is essential that these and other allegations are investigated effectively and that those responsible are held accountable. That's bad, but I don't think it dismantles what I said about it, especially in consideration of the fact that these bad things are happening during a conflict that Russia created by violating that Budapest memorandum that I started with. If this had happened before Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, I'd probably have a different opinion about it. But because it happened as a result of escalation that is in violation of that international sovereignty, which is the thing that I so care about, while I'm unhappy to see this and I condemn the behavior, I can recognize that when two countries go to war with each other, on both sides, there are going to be horrible things happening. But I certainly don't see Volodymyr Zelensky saying that this is okay.
Okay, so you seem like a nice guy. I don't want to have any type of hostile argument with you, right? I just want to have a conversation. So you say that Russia invaded Crimea?
Well, they annexed it.
And do you think that the annexation is justified?
No, I think it's in violation of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, in which Russia agreed not to annex or invade Ukraine in exchange for Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons program, which they did.
Okay, and do you think so? You think that the people of Crimea, even if they want sovereignty or they don't want to be a part of Ukraine anymore, you don't think that that's their right?
I don't think that that's at hand here. If they voted, if there was a referendum, if there was some non-military approach to this, that potentially is something that'd be interesting to me. But no, I don't think that makes it okay with what Russia did. No.
Okay, and when do you think this war started? Because you said it started. You said it started in 2020.
Yeah, I actually think that in terms of what I care about, 2014 is kind of like in a historical lens when it started. I just say 2022 because we all know that's when the full scale invasion of Ukraine started. But I think the history books will look at this as having started in 2014 when they annexed Crimea. Yeah.
Okay, so you're right and wrong. So it did start in 2014, but it wasn't when they. I consider a liberation. It wasn't when they liberated Crimea. It was when the United States had a color revolution in the Maidan Square, where they overthrew a democratically elected president and it installed what's his name? I'm forgetting his name. Poroshenko and the whole rest of the gang. They installed an interim prime minister, an interim president, and they overthrew the democratically elected president. And people were dying in the Maidan Square. People were getting sniped by the right sector.
Was there a violation of international sovereignty?
With the Maidan protest?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could say so. If the United States
for there to be a violation of international sovereignty, it would have to be like two nations, like one nation taking control of another region.
That's practically what's happening with the U.S. That's what a U.S. color revolution really is.
Yeah, I think it's bad. I think it's bad that the U.S. does that in most cases, because I think it's only okay to do that in cases where there's a violation of international sovereignty. So I can point to that as bad, but it doesn't mean that what Russia's doing is okay, and it doesn't mean that it triggers that sort of thing. So a further violation of international sovereignty does not make it okay that the United States does some stuff that I consider to be bad and fascistic and violations of international sovereignty on the world stage. It's just like, if Ukraine's the victim in both of those cases, why is them further being victimized by Russia better?
Because how are they being victimized?
They're having their international sovereignty violated. If what you're saying is true by both the United States and Russia.
Okay, so Russia isn't trying to violate their sovereignty. Putin doesn't want to take control of Kiev. He doesn't want to have the entire Ukrainian continent, forged into Russia.
I think dropping bombs on a city in another country meets the qualification of violating international sovereignty.
So there's no way at all in any case that a country has to be able to defend their sovereignty or defend their people by going to war with another country.
That's not at all what I said. In fact, I said that that's like the thing that justifies war in my book, is defending your sovereignty.
So how is Putin not justified? If the West is trying to push eastward,
Russia gave up Ukraine. I'm not interested in you saying that Russia has a claim to Crimea or to Ukraine generally because of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which is what fundamentally I care about being violated on the international stage. And it is that violation of that accord that is the reason I think it is not just allowable, but I think important to give aid to Ukraine. Okay,
so all right, if you're in Putin's shoes and your people are literally, as we just read, are being genocided, there's a language law in Ukraine. You know about the language law.
I didn't see actually very good evidence that genocide is a fair word. I think that you just think that Amnesty International reports on things like genocide. So the fact that there's some kind of article from Amnesty International, millions condemned to fear and risk of violence. This isn't millions killed. This isn't systematic. Like there are summary executions, which they're talking about happening on both sides during wartime that was started by Russia invading Crimea. This is not the same as genociding a civilian population. So I'm going to catch it when you make a leap like that to say that there's a genocide happening here. Because if there was a genocide happening in eastern Ukraine, I'm pretty sure that Amnesty International would be perfectly happy to use the word genocide in describing it.
Okay, so but that's the thing. Genocide is more than just killing, right? It's more than it's the systematic removal or killing of a people, right?
I think we have a different word for if you remove them but don't kill them. The side on the end of the word genocide suggests to me that it was referring specifically to killing people.
Killing is a part of it, but it's not the only thing, right?
And side, geno means it refers to like the group of people that it is, and then side means killing in the same way that infanticide it involves killing infants. So again, I think you're making, thank you Dylan for the galaxy. I think you're making a big leap to call this a genocide, which I know, maybe is like, I think your long angle here in the conversation is to get me to say something about this conflict in Ukraine and Russia, that if we were to apply it to Israel, I'd be on Israel's side. And I think you're frustrated that that's not working, because I actually think about this stuff pretty reasonably. No.
Okay. So, all right. So we can't play semantics. If you don't want to say genocide, then you can say ethnic cleansing, right?
Well, okay, again, condemned to fear and risk of violence during a conflict that already started does not suggest to me that they're systematically removing a people. So again, these two things that you care about, systematic killing or systematic removal, are not what this Amnesty International article says is happening. So you asked me at the beginning of the conversation that if Amnesty International said there was a genocide happening there, or I'd give you also an ethnic cleansing of some kind or removal, whatever label's appropriate for that. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. You haven't shown me that.
The language. Okay, so we just talked about the killing on both sides, right? There is a systematic killing of Russian speaking people in Donbass.
Is the word systematic here at all? Because it said summary, which is indiscriminate, but that's not systematic. That's a very, very different type of killing. I could walk out on the street and shoot the first random person I see, and that is a summary execution. That's indiscriminate killing, but that's not I could do it to 10 people, and that's still not a genocide. Which is not what a genocide is.
But you can't argue with what people see in front of their face. So what about the Ukrainian language?
I can't argue with what people see in front of their face. I'm sorry. Yes or no? Have you brought me sufficient evidence to say that there's a genocide or ethnic cleansing that was happening in Eastern Ukraine prior to Russia's involvement?
I'm trying to get to that. So the language law. You don't think that that's a part of genocide or ethnic cleansing?
You're moving the goalposts.
How?
I can be critical of a language law, and that doesn't mean that a genocide is happening.
Okay, so people are dying. We both agree people are dying, right?
Yeah. We just about 45 seconds ago I mentioned that also just doesn't meet the definition of genocide.
Okay, but that's not. I'm not saying it does, but the whole picture entirely does. People are dying. There is a language law. People are literally being oppressed just because they are Russian. They are being forced not to speak Russian anymore.
Okay, so you're moving the goalposts.
In the Donbass. How is that moving the goalposts?
Because at the beginning of the conversation, you said that if there was a genocide happening there, that I'd be interested in knowing that, which I would be. And now you're listing these other things that don't add. I see the red flags in the chat. Don't spam, please. I know I'm talking to some sort of Russian apologist. That's clear to everybody. We don't need the spam in the chat. It doesn't add up to it making sense to violate international sovereignty to address the problem. Not at all.
But how? Okay, so you don't agree with. Okay, so I'm confused. You don't agree with the West, quote unquote, violating Ukraine's sovereignty, but you also don't agree with Russia doing it. But you think that
millions condemned to fear and risk of violence. I would say, like, we could write this article about the United States and say that millions are condemned to fear and risk of violence because the Supreme Court has ruled that individuals can be stopped by Immigration and Customs Enforcement for the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English. That sounds like a language law to me. That sounds like a language. That sounds like a language law to me. The Kavanaugh ruling in the Supreme Court that allows people to be stopped by ICE and detained and have their rights taken away that they'd otherwise have if they didn't speak the language in the way that they do. So I could write this article and say that the United States has condemned millions to fear and risk of violence. But so does that make it? Would it make sense then for Russia to invade the United States and like annex a state, like annex Minnesota to protect us from our federal government? Are you willing to make that leap?
Yeah. Okay. Look. That literally cannot be a gotcha moment because I would agree with you. Yes, they are literally trying to ethnically cleanse Hispanic people out of the United States actively. Yes, I agree with you. They are trying to do that. And if Putin wanted to come in and annex America and make America better, I would not be mad about that.
There we go.
So
that's not surprising that you feel that way. It's fucked up, but it's not surprising.
Okay. So have you heard of the PFM1 mines that have been used on playgrounds in the Donbass where children would pick them up.
The Donbass is going to be mined to hell forever. It's going to be like Southeast Asia. It's going to be a real problem for decades. Did that happen prior to the annexation of Crimea?
The PFM-1 mines? No, not prior.
Okay, I'm really only interested in the things that happened leading up to this violation of sovereignty because once the war has started, like wars are fucking bad, obviously.
Well, okay, but the war started.
We got people that I consider to be children, like blowing each other apart with like drones and shit. It's bad. It's really bad.
It's sad. It's sad. We do not want to see this. But here's the thing. What led up to the liberation of Crimea was the United States Colored Revolution.
I don't really want to let you calling it the liberation of Crimea on the show. I'm not. I don't think that. I'm going to push back every time you say it because I just don't. I don't think that.
Brother, the people literally voted. 80% of the people
true
voted.
True or false? Hey, can we behave like a Wikipedia article and just speak candidly about the facts? Would you say it's true that they annexed Crimea?
Okay, what do you describe as
yes
annexing?
Or no?
What do you describe as annexing? Because you don't want to say liberated. So what is your terminology?
No, because liberating implies that doing it was good, whereas annexing it is just true, regardless of whether or not we think it's good. So you and I could both use the word annex. You could continue to say it's good. I can continue to say it's bad. But you calling it a liberation is you asserting that it was good in the language you're using, and I'm just not going to let it slide on my show. So we can speak on common ground, but if you say liberate, I have to stop you and address it. So we have the common ground, I believe, that it was annexed, right? Can you admit that it is true that Russia took the territory that Ukraine had sovereignty over and made it theirs, so they had sovereignty over it?
I wouldn't say they took it. You can say they annexed it. I wouldn't say they took it.
I think that annexed is just a fancy word for took.
Okay, so
now see, Katrina in the chat said Crimea was stolen. I agree with her, but I'm willing, for the sake of the functionality of this conversation, to not use the word stolen and just use the word annex because it's just literally. Are you familiar with something called neutral tone when it comes to?
We can use annex. I agree with you. We can use. Yeah, annex.
I'm just taking a moment as an aside to educate you and my audience about that generally. Have you heard of neutral tone? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say neutral tone like that?
I'm black and I'm slow. I don't know anything.
What?
I'm stupid. I don't know anything, man.
Dude, it's okay if you don't know what neutral tone is. It's kind of an obscure thing about it's a way that linguists talk about reporting. Are you do you think I'm insulting you by trying to teach you a thing?
No. I'm just saying I'm black and slow, and that's why I don't know a lot of things.
What does you being black have to do with it?
I was just saying. I don't. Okay. All right, so neutral tone. All right, so annex. That's our neutral.
No, I'm not going to slide past that. What are you? Is this a troll? Like, are you just on my show? Why did you bring up that you're black? What does that have to do with anything? We also haven't learned what neutral tone is. You're trying to sidestep this just little teachable moment that I'm trying to have in the video where we talk about what neutral tone is, because I think understanding what neutral tone is really important in a discourse space, which is what this show is.
No, I know what neutral tone means. What
is neutral tone?
It's a tone that is neutral. It's words, verbiage, language, vocabulary that is neutral. It's not biased.
Right. It's just factually true. So, for example, if you read a Wikipedia article about, say, Trump's attempts to overthrow the results of the 2020 election, they won't say that he wrongfully asserted that he won the election. They will just say that he did assert and did not provide evidence that convinced any of the judges or courtrooms where the cases were litigated that he was right. That is, as a matter of fact, true, regardless of whether you're on the left and the right. You see how the way that I phrase that is a way that anybody can agree, whether you're far left or far right. Trump did assert that. He did fail to present evidence that worked in the 60 court cases where he tried to argue it. That's just true. You could say that the evidence was good. You could say that you think the evidence was good and the reason the courts didn't believe him was because they're corrupt or whatever. But reporting on it in neutral tone makes it so that anybody can read the Wikipedia article, and regardless of what you actually think happened, it just reports on the facts of the matter as they are, plain as day, because it's not controversial to say that Donald Trump thought that he won that election. That's obviously true. So I'm just trying to talk about Crimea in neutral tone so that we don't get snagged by baking these when I respond to you saying that they liberated it without interrupting you and saying I don't think that they liberated it. If you say what happened after they liberated it and I don't address that that's wrong, it implies to the listener that I think it's acceptable to say that they liberated. It's a little bit like me asking you, when did you stop beating your wife? If you give me any answer at all, you're implying that
That
you didn't have a
implies-
problem. You didn't have a
Yeah.
problem with the question. So I'm just more careful than that in the way that I speak about these things, and I find it like a little disingenuous that you're trying to slip past it. And now that I've had this little moment to teach people what neutral tone is, I do just have to ask again: why the fuck did you bring up that you were black?
It's literally just a fact.
But why was it relevant in that moment? You said that you're black and stupid and don't understand anything. Why the fuck did you say that?
Because I am stupid. I don't know what you want me like.
Do you think that you being black has something to do with you being stupid?
No.
Then why did you bring it up?
I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to get at here. Like, we just talk about the real conversation. Like, you're trying to get sidestepped. Like,
Now, you said a thing on my show, and I'm holding you to account about it. When I asked if you knew what neutral tone was, which and it's fine that you didn't. I don't even think that's a gotcha. Like, I'm just a teacher. I like teaching people the things that I know about these things. So when I ask a question like, do you know what neutral tone is? I'm not saying, do you even know what neutral tone is, you fucking idiot? I'm like, hey, there's this cool thing called neutral tone that makes it easier to talk to opposition about these things, and I wanted to teach you about it. Well, why did you bring up that you're black?
well, I'm glad you said that. A lot of liberals that I debate with usually give racist innuendos, and they usually do try to come with this "I gotcha" thing when you try to have a conversation with somebody.
Do you
I
think
apologize that I
do you-
maybe misjudged your character, but a lot of liberals, like, I'm not going to say any names, but some of them on this app do the same thing.
Yeah, but you do you think it's going to be good for your ability to have meaningful, productive conversations with people if you come into these shows expecting what the other person's going to be like and then behaving in that way instead of like actually, like, I give every caller a fair shot. And there are some times where they start in such a way that I take the little risk of being like, okay, I know what type of caller this is. I see where they're going. The audience doesn't know it yet because I do this all day, and I know the type of disingenuous bullshit they're about to bring me. So I'll carefully trap them into revealing it, so then it becomes acceptable for me to maybe be mean back or to be disingenuous back to prove a point or something like that. But I wouldn't be very good at running my show if I just assumed that every caller was going to be like my average caller, because my average caller is a rape apologist. So if I just started by assuming that you, for example, are a rape apologist, we probably wouldn't have the most productive conversation. So I just don't think it's very productive for you to call in and treat me in like expect me to be racist against you if that's the reason that you brought up that you're black and stupid or whatever it was you said.
I actually like, whether you believe me or not, I sincerely apologize. All right. Now,
Okay.
I want to say we both have taught each other something in this live so far, right?
Sure, I wasn't aware of this Amnesty International concerns about some things that were happening after the annexation of Crimea in 2014. I learned about that. It hasn't affected my opinion about current aid for Ukraine.
And what led up to the annexation of Crimea?
20 years of Russia being butthurt that they lost their satellite states at the dissolution of the USSR.
And not the United States color revolution, which you agree that you said is wrong.
Sorry, say that again?
And it wasn't the United States color revolution
I mean,
that happened next door.
I think that was a step along the way, but I think if I'm going to answer the question in a more complete way, instead of people have this problem where you can look at the things that contribute to a problem and say that this caused it, when there's a lot of things in politics, geopolitics, global history, where you could point to 20 things that contributed and each one of them were necessary to push the thing over the line, but to just pick the one of them that you're the most upset about and say that that's what caused it is a little bit disingenuous. Be a little bit like saying that leftists are the reason that Donald Trump is president, which is really bad and is the reason that Alex Preddy and Renee Good, my neighbors, are dead. I could blame the leftists for that, because if they'd voted at all and voted for somebody who maybe wasn't going to send ICE agents into Minneapolis, those people wouldn't be dead. But I can also blame Facebook. I can blame Trump himself. I can blame the ICE agents. I can blame, there's a million different little things that had to go wrong in order for those bad things to happen. And I could just pick one of them, say I care the most about it, and put all the blame on it. And that's what you're doing here with U.S. imperialism. U.S. imperialism played a role in that. I'm not going to deny that. But you're sitting here and acting like that's the only thing that happened, which is just an unfair and disingenuous way to look at global history.
Yes. Okay. So would you say that your people, the liberals, the liberal West, were the ones who put us in this situation?
Hold on. No. So you're doing that thing where you're asking me a loaded question. I don't consider the liberal West my people.
But that's who you're defending. Okay. So here's the thing. All right, let me teach you something. There are 3 political ideologies, no more than that. Every other thing that you might consider yourself as falls under a category, the umbrella of one of those three political ideologies. Like, technically, yes, you are a liberal. So, do you know that it was the liberal West that brought us into this position today? When they defeated the USSR.
Sorry, what are the three things?
The three political ideologies: liberalism, fascism, and communism.
I don't think that that's a fair breakdown of the
How?
available political options. I think that that's very reductive. I think that that's black, white, and I guess one shade of gray thinking.
Okay, so okay, so fascists are right wing, communists are left wing, liberals are also right wing. They call themselves centrists, but they're also right wing.
I actually point out all the time on my show that I think if we like consider the political spectrum from far left to far right, that's one dimensional, and the idea that everybody sits in one position on a slider is kind of silly because there's so many issues. There's kind of a political spectrum for every topic, and people tend to group. But I, as somebody who sits pretty far left on the spectrum, actually have just the oddball belief here or there that's like maybe a little more centrist. Some of my beliefs are way farther left than where I sit on average. So for you you're making it like worse. You're making it less nuanced by saying not only is it not a one-dimensional continuum, you're just saying that there are three options. I don't accept that there are three options. I think that's nonsense.
But okay, so what? Okay, other than do you read Alexander Dugin?
I've not read Alexander Dugin.
Okay, so are you familiar with his work, The Fourth Political Theory?
Nope. I'll write his name down though, so I'll give him a gander later.
Okay, so yes, he talks about this in his book, The Fourth Political Theory.
Dugan, Dugan,
Gin.
Gin. Okay, so I just I'm not really interested in the like argument from authority on whoever this is. So why don't you, just in your own words, tell me why it's reasonable for there to only be three political ideologies, which you said are fascism, communism, and liberalism.
So in the late 19th century, that's where you started to see in the world of geopolitics, you started to see nations or countries, people shift away from more religious values to more actual political ideologies, right? The first one to birth of this was liberalism, your modern liberalism, which you see right now in the West. The second one was fascism, and the third one was communism. In the 1940s, liberalism and communism teamed up to take fascism out. After the communists defeated the fascists, the liberals then stabbed the communists in the back.
I think that's a fair representation of like our relationship with Russia during and after World War II. Like we got done fighting the Germans who were fascist. So then we, like the good guys, like Russia were the good guys in World War II. I think people who don't know their history kind of just forget that because we're mad at Russia right now. But you're right that we teamed up against fascism. And then after fascism was defeated in the context of World War II, the good guys split between the liberals and the communists. That is a true description of what happened with the major players in World War II. But the idea that those are the only three political ideologies available is fucking nonsense.
Okay, but here's the thing, you haven't given me another political ideology. Like you haven't told me what the fourth one is or what a fifth one is.
I don't know how you define liberalism. I can imagine maybe how you define communism or fascism, but I think that there are political ideologies that I could look at and say, this is none of the above. Like, for example, some of the farther left socially democratic ways of approaching things. I don't think that like, because we'd have to define liberalism, and me and leftists tend to define it in such different ways that it's hard to know what that encircles for you.
Okay, so liberalism is where you have quote unquote democracy, free and fair elections, quote unquote. You have imperialism by way of NATO, by way of capitalism.
Okay, so what if a country has democracy but not imperialism?
Democracy but not imperialism. Can you name?
There's lots of European countries that don't do much imperialism, but they do lots of democracy.
If they're in NATO, then that ought to automatically be imperialism.
So having a mutual defense agreement with somebody who has imperialism makes you an imperialist?
Look what NATO did to
Hold
Libya.
on, I asked a question. I'm trying to make sure I understand your argument. Are you suggesting
that's a loaded question?
okay, if it's a loaded question, you can tell me what the problem with it is, because you just said, like, I just brought up that there's some European countries that do democracy but not very much imperialism, and you said, bro, they're part of NATO. And I said, okay, so do you think that being part of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is a mutual defense contract among a bunch of member nations, do you think that being in such a treaty with a nation that has imperialism makes you imperialist, which is what I understood your argument to be. So if you think that that's a loaded question, it's genuinely me just trying to clarify why you shot down my counterexample of the many European countries that do lots of democracy and very little imperialism.
Yeah, okay, so I can explain it to you. So if let's say you're Norway, right? And I am Germany. If we have a mutual defense treaty and I am imposing imperialism on, let's say, Czechoslovakia, then so would you by
the
definition.
North Atlantic Treaty Organization doesn't trigger mutual defense in cases where the party that's being defended were the imperialists themselves, which is why NATO's not going to defend us in Iran, because we're the imperialists there. So no.
So why was NATO bombing Libya? And why did they bomb Yugoslavia?
Well, because they had terrorist organizations that they were bombing in those countries that were trying to attack NATO members. They were trying to do that first strike. I disagree with some of the actions there. I don't think that we handled that very reasonably. But again, I just really struggle to say that because a country participates in a mutual defense treaty, like that disqualifies them from being something other than liberalism in your description. So I just,
okay.
I think that's pretty weak.
All right. So wait, let me get it straight. So there was terrorists in Libya committing crimes against NATO countries, right? And that gives NATO an excuse to go in there and kill Gaddafi and bring back slavery in Libya, right? But in the case of Russia, when their people are being killed in the Donbass, they're not able to go in and stop their people from being killed. They're not able to go in and stop that Azov battalion from committing Nazi atrocities.
I don't think that comparison matches. So you can stew on that, because I do want to try to understand it. But I am going to read my very capitalistic, liberal donation messages, because that's part of what I have to do for running the show. Thank you, Little Boots, for the $10. Pre-cat tax. Happy Monday. No cat tax in this studio, because we do have a cat in the studio, but she's a scaredy cat, so
you
she
just
doesn't
have to be very nice to her, and eventually she'll show up in the background for a split second.
Every now and then, when I cross paths with her out in the hall, and I
then she looks like, oh my god.
She's like, who are you? And I do a slow bank and face the other way. I'm like, we're fine. We're good. Well, I speak cat. We'll see if I make any progress on that. Tavi sent $2 to say, caller, where are you getting Crimea was liberated? Yeah, I caught that too. Elusive Viper sent $5 to say, the only choices on the vote for Crimean independence were 1, join Russia, 2, leave Ukraine and be independent. There was no option to stay. Yeah. Jazz sent $5 to say, LMAO, this tanky is trying to bait Oskar into racism by bringing up a race, and it is failing miserably. Love how quick on the draw Oskar is. Yeah, I know the tactics. I know what they're trying to get me to do. Fortunately, I don't have to work very hard to not fall into it, because I don't actually believe the nonsensical things that the traps are being laid for here. So I just see them. I go, oh, no, not that. That's not me. That's not what I believe. Tavi Badir sent $5 to say, caller, I don't know if you realize this, but you are a Trump equivalent supporter. Review your history of Eastern Europe. I just don't understand how somebody gets so convinced that Russia are the good guys. I'm not hearing it.
Okay.
Because even if I accepted some of your arguments about imperialism here, it just still doesn't land at Russia being the good guy.
Okay, so all right, the liberals are what destroyed Russia. How can they be the good guys?
I think Russia destroyed itself.
Okay, so what was the worst period in modern Russian history?
Worst period in modern Russian history?
You shouldn't have to think about it. It wasn't that far back.
Now.
No, it was in the 1990s.
I was gonna say early 90s, at the dissolution of the Soviet Union was really bad. It got a little better since then. They've kind of biffed it. They've killed almost all of their young people. They've made themselves a pariah in the global economy.
Wait, you just proved my point. You just said what I was saying. So they were the worst period in the 90s, and they got better. When did they get better? When Putin came in power.
No, but then he fucked it up. Right now is the worst time. Right now is worse than the 90s.
Okay, so Putin fucked it up by dropping the poverty rate from 30% to 14%. Did Putin fuck it up by providing Sputnik V to the entire world?
You can point to a good thing that a horrible monster has done. I can list some good things that Donald Trump has done. It doesn't change the fact that Russia's standing today is a bad one.
Russia standing is a bad thing?
Russia's standing is bad, is what I was saying. The state of affairs in Russia is really bad for everyday Russians right now, and I think that that's Putin's fault.
You think so?
Yeah. Because I don't think that the conditions for everyday Russians would be so bad right here in 2026 if Putin hadn't annexed Crimea in 2014, and certainly not if he hadn't started the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022.
Do you think that the average civilian in Moscow supports or doesn't support Putin?
Russia doesn't have free speech, so I don't trust polling about that sort of thing. You can get arrested for saying that but you can get arrested for saying that you don't support Putin.
What? Okay, all right, look.
Like, protesters in Moscow get arrested, so like I'm not really interested in you telling me what you think the public sentiment is. I also think that like just because the civilian population of a country are like, you know, drinking the bullshit tea of their government, that doesn't mean that I think that they're bad people or deserve anything bad happening to them, which is generally how I feel about Trump supporters, and unfortunately how I feel about many of the very brainwashed Israeli residents of Israel that support what Israel's doing. Like, I just, you know, there's a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners about how everyday Germans participated or at least allowed what their government was doing in the 40s. So I think we need to study that sociologically, psychologically, and kind of figure out what it's about. But yeah, you're asking me how much do you think that the people in North Korea would tell you that they love Kim Jong-un?
They do. Why wouldn't they? Wait a second. You don't want to do this about the DPRK. Trust me, you don't. We might as well go back to Russia because you don't want to do this about the DPRK. Kim Il-sung saved his people from the Japanese and then saved his people from the United States and the fascist dictator in the South Korea, Syngman Rhee.
You think that the people of North Korea love their dear leader?
Yes.
And you think, and your question is, why wouldn't they? You don't know an answer to the question, why wouldn't they love their dear leader?
No, because he's literally like even.
It sounds like it's you know what here, just for the sake of conversation, I'm going to accept your bullshit three categories, that there's only communism, liberalism, and fascism, and I'm going to accuse you of being the latter of those three categories.
How?
You support Kim Jong-un and Putin.
So Putin and Kim Jong-un are fascist?
Kim Jong-un's definitely a fascist. I think that there's a more nuanced argument to be had about Putin in terms of how he's running his country. But yeah, I can think
Kim
of
Jong-un a fascist. Are you crazy? Are you mad?
Do you accept Lawrence Britt's 14 points? You probably don't. The leftists generally don't, because if they did, it would point to them being fascists. So, do you or do you not? When I refer to you don't. Okay, then we don't agree about what fascism is either. Which we looked at your three categories: communism, liberalism, and fascism. I said that we probably don't agree on the circle you draw around liberalism, or the monolith that you think that capitalism or communism is. But yeah, if your definition of fascism doesn't include Kim Jong-un, I don't give a shit what your definition of fascism is. It's not useful.
All right, explain to me in your terms. I don't want to hear anybody else's terms. In your terms, what is fascism, and how does Kim Jong-un fall into that?
I co-sign Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets. I can read them to you if you want.
All right, read them and explain.
God damn it!
And explain how this guy is the grand arbiter of what fascism is.
I think that the reason we use the label fascism is, and the reason I like Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets is because if we forget the word fascism and just look at Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets and say, in the last 100 years, let's look at all the leaders who have done all of these things a lot, and you end up with a list of people who have done reprehensibly horrible things to humanity. And I think that those things apply to people like Kim Jong-un and Hitler and Mussolini.
And Macron.
And I don't think they apply to Macron. I think they apply to Trump. I don't think they apply to Biden.
They apply to Trump and Biden. I agree with that. But they also apply to all the European, like Ursula von der Leyen. Is she a fascist?
Number one is powerful and continuing nationalism. Do you think that the North Korean regime features powerful and continuing nationalism?
Yes.
disdain
that's fascism
for the
inherently,
recognition. Okay, yeah, you're going to tell me every step of the way that you don't think these are fascism, but I think that a leader that does all 14 of these things is bad. Okay, that's my thing. And if you don't, and if again, I just accuse you of being a fascist if you think that if you admire leaders who do these sorts of things. Disdain for the recognition of human rights. Do you think that that's a fair label for North Korea?
No, that's Western propaganda.
You think it's Western propaganda that they allowed their population to starve for decades?
Okay, so it wasn't decades. There was one.
We don't need to go down the list if you're not going to like behave in reality. You think it's Western propaganda that there are human rights violations in North Korea? If you get caught trying to leave, if you leave the country, if you flee North Korea, they send your family to labor camps.
Okay, all right. Enough with the Western propaganda. There was
True
only
or false? People who do not deserve it get sent to labor camps in North Korea.
What do you mean by not deserved?
True
Look, okay, check this out.
Specifically, there's a problem with the North Korea regime. One of the ways to deter people from rebelling or fleeing or speaking out against the regime is because they can't just be a singular martyr. They know that their family will be punished. Their loved ones will be punished if they step out. That's one of the ways that North Korea so abusively controls its population. Are you denying are you denying it's true that North Korea has a practice of imprisoning and enslaving the family members of dissidents?
People are literally allowed to leave to 40 different countries. So I don't get what you mean by they're not allowed to leave.
What type of fucking propaganda are you listening to? You can watch footage of people being fired upon by soldiers of their own government for trying to run on foot over the DMZ, which is their southern border with South Korea.
They try to go to South Korea. You realize that in South Korea, if you do these same atrocities, you will also get sent to hard labor, right?
You'll get sent to hard labor for saying that the leader of South Korea is bad?
Yes.
How many hard labor camps does South Korea have?
I don't know, but what about the streamer Johnny Somali on TikTok when he went to South Korea and he was playing DPRK propaganda music and they sent him to hard labor for 6 months?
Did they do that?
Yeah.
What happened to Johnny Somali and what did he do?
In the 80s, South Koreans used to beat communists to a bloody pulp.
Jails American YouTuber for public nuisance. BBC has an article on this. American live streamer. Oh, fuck you, BBC. With your paywall. Is it not going to let me? NBC has something. I prefer BBC for that because it's not American. Oh, this looks like a very similar article. South Korean American live streamer who enraged South Korea by kissing a statue honoring women forced into wartime sexual slavery was jailed for 6 months Wednesday in public nuisance and other charges. Johnny Somali, 25, whose real name is Ramzi Khalid Ismail, has been barred from leaving South Korea since he was indicted in 2024. On Wednesday, he was detained immediately after he was sentenced on a range of offenses, which also included distributing sexual deepfakes, according to the Seoul Western District Court. Sounds like he was doing some bad stuff that had nothing to do with North Korea.
So, okay. It's pretty interesting how the article you found doesn't include the music that he was playing on a bus. But
do you have a source for your claim about why he was imprisoned and how it backs up your argument?
I mean, yeah, we can get to that, but that's gonna sidetrack us. You said that they don't care about human rights violations, and I'm trying to tell you that is just straight up not true.
You offered a counterclaim. I looked it up, and it doesn't look like what he did makes you having offered this story as a counterclaim. So, do you have a source that shows that this is a good counterclaim to my argument about North Korea matching Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets of fascism?
How they don't match it?
Okay, you made a claim on my show. That's your claim is that South Korea also meets these definitions because they jailed Johnny Somali for speaking out against for playing music about North Korea, something like that. So your teacup, which is fine because you're going to go look for it. So just please do bring me a source on that, and I'll take a moment to remind everybody that the show happens, unfortunately, in a world where I have to participate in capitalism. So the show runs on contributions from viewers like you. If you go to the link tree in the bio, you can support me for free in a bunch of ways. Like, for example, getting closer all the time. How many YouTube followers do I have? YouTube subscribers? 9,780. It's nice to be over 9,000, but we're approaching 10K. So if you want to go follow me there and on the other platforms, that doesn't cost you a dime, but it does help out immensely. Or if you want to send me your dime, you can do that with Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. And Buy Me a Coffee is international for the people who are watching from the other side of a border who want to support what I am doing to unfuck the minds of people like this caller who are accusing me of believing propaganda, which I consider to be very funny.
Okay.
Because I mean, everybody falls for propaganda; it's hard to avoid. But I mean, you are neck deep in some sort of Kool-Aid propaganda stew, whereas me, I just try to wipe the shit off my boots when I walk in the front door every now and then, because it's hard to avoid when you're out there in the streets. But anyway, did you find a source for what you were saying?
Yes. Asian Entertainment and Culture.com produced an Johnny Somali was arrested for blasting music on a bus.
Asian Entertainment and Culture. What's the name of the article? Well, while he's looking for that, let's see. Okay, when I search Asian Entertainment and Culture, I get a YouTube channel that has 50,000 followers and a Spotify page and a Patreon. This is a creator, not like a...
Okay, so, all right, so I give you a source, and now the source is incredible.
Well, I mean, yeah, we got to check the credibility of the source. Like, if you told me that your uncle told you about this, I'd be like, that's not a good source. And, I mean, I have more followers than this person. Am I a good source? You believe me? I'll just say the opposite. I'll just say no. Like if we're wielding big follower count sticks, right? Like I got 250,000.
All right. So what was your source then?
BBC and NBC. Ugh, it's through the paywall, but I can see the fucking same thing. Can I go to archive.org maybe? Let's see if we can get past this.
Okay. So what about the independent? What about the independent? Is that a good enough source?
It's better. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like an actual organization
The
instead of just
independent.uk?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
All right, so I give you a source from your Western propaganda, and you said it's better. So I want you to look this.
I'm sorry. No, you're doing the thing again where you just like it's a little childish. This thing about where you say, okay, I'm gonna give you your bullshit source. I'm gonna give you your liberal Western propaganda. If you don't have why do you believe that this is true? Do you think it was good that you believed this creator with like 50,000 YouTube followers or whatever they have on other platforms?
Bro, I'm giving you a source. Okay, look, I'm being childish, but so are you. We're both being childish here. Like,
chat. Let me know if you think guest is being childish, host is being childish, or both. No, I'm not serious. I don't care the results of the polls. I just do it to farm engagement, and they know that. Kronos, thank you for the buck on Venmo. He said, Kronos here is stealing Lucky Phil's saying, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Unless he already did it. I'm tired and could have missed it, but this guy does, in fact, stink. Thank you for the buck, Kronos. I appreciate you.
All right. So, what's the next
Hold on. I also need to look for... I always got to keep an eye out for voter fraud. Do you see anybody in the chat who voted more than once? Let's see. No, I don't. I only see guests. Yes. Who voted more than once?
Gamblers.
What was his vote?
Come on, bro. All right, come on.
So the person who's committing voter just really quick, remind me, the person in the chat who's committing voter fraud, they were going against everybody saying guest. They were saying that the host is being childish, right?
No,
host is childish.
No, they said guest. They said guest.
No, they didn't. It's funny. There's a YouTube VOD that's going to be up forever where people can see that I'm circling with my mouse, him saying it here, him saying it here. So yeah, it's all guests except for the one person committing voter fraud in my chat by saying it's the host.
Wait, no, I don't see any voter fraud. All right, so look.
Here we go. Bleeding Crystals said that it was host.
All right, so look, check this out. What is the next law in your 14 laws? Because you said
I'm sorry. Are we not looking at your source from independent.co.uk?
Brother, but you can't give me a source that says that the DPRK is committing human rights violations.
Also committing voter fraud.
And that's another thing. Wait, that's another thing. What even is human rights?
What's your source?
That's a made up term.
Independent.co.uk. What's the name of the article? Fucking playing softball today, boys. Woo!
YouTuber Johnny Somali in South Korea. Since streaming.
American YouTuber Johnny Somali jailed for 6 months. This one from April 15th, 2026. Is this the correct article?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, it reads, American
Now
YouTuber
scroll-
Johnny
now go
Somali...
to the-
No, we're just going to read it. We're going to read what it says. American YouTuber Johnny Somali has been sentenced to 6 months in prison in South Korean court over a series of disruptive and offensive online videos. Among the incidents that drew widespread public anger was a video Somali updated in October of 2024 that showed him kissing and making sexually suggestive gestures behind the Statue of Peace in the Changdong History and Culture Park in Seoul, which memorializes Korean women forced into sexual slavery by Japanese occupying forces during and before World War II. Prosecutors described his conduct as part of a pattern of nuisance streaming in which Somali filmed provocative stunts in public for online audiences. The 25-year-old, whose legal name is Ramzi Ismail Khalid Ismail, has been indicted in the 2024. Had been indicted in 2024 and barred from leaving the country as proceedings unfolded. The Seoul Western District Court sentenced him to 6 months in prison as well as 20 days of detention. On Wednesday, according to the Korean Herald. The court also barred him from working at institutions involving children, adolescents, and people with disabilities for 5 years. Somali, who had been free throughout the trial, was taken into custody following the ruling over concerns that he is a flight risk. The defendant repeatedly committed crimes against the unspecified members of the public to generate profit via YouTube and distributed content in disregard for Korean law, the court said, adding that the evidence supports all charges. Somali apologized for the statue and peace video after facing a backlash and removed the clip. I want to apologize to Koreans. I didn't understand the significance of the statue, he said on a YouTube video at the time, adding that his only intention was to entertain his American audience. He was also convicted over a series of additional offenses, including the distribution of sexually explicit deepfake content, which he denied, and obstructed the business through repeated disturbances. Obstruction of business through repeated disturbances. These included blasting music and spilling cup noodle broth on a convenience store in Seoul's Mapo district in October 2024, as well as disrupting the passengers on buses and the subway trains by playing loud music and dancing, according to the Korea Times. Further charges were brought after he live-streamed a disturbance at Lot World Amusement Park in the Songpa district that blocked passengers from boarding rides. Somali was found guilty on all 8 charges that were brought against him and handcuffed in court immediately after the verdict was delivered. Prosecutors had sought a 3-year prison sentence and a fine of 150,000 won, which is only 75 pounds by the looks of it. The judges handed down a lower sentence, noting the absence of severe harm to victims. Before Wednesday's hearing, Somali told reporters that he was remorseful and wanted to apologize to the people of Korea. Last couple of paragraphs. Sorry, everybody. We got to read the whole thing because this is the type of caller who's going to ignore the detail.
It's good.
I'm gonna. I know you don't want me to, but I'm gonna. Somali first gained notoriety in Japan in 2023 when he filmed himself engaging in disruptive behavior, including portraying racist songs on trains and making vulgar comments in public. Osaka police arrested him in August 2023 for trespassing on a construction site, though those charges were later dropped. He was fined 2,000 won, I think that is 200,000 won, about 1,000 pounds for obstructing business after playing loud music inside a restaurant, the Japan Times reported. He later traveled to several communities, including Thailand and Israel, before arriving in South Korea in September of 2024, where he continued producing similar content. At the early hearing in March 2025, he arrived an hour late and was denied entry to the courtroom for wearing a red Make America Great Again hat, later making provocative remarks, including, "I am an American citizen and Korea is a vassal state of America." So your claim was that he was arrested for playing music that supported North Korea? Was that your claim?
It didn't say that he wasn't, right? It said that he was playing music on a bus.
Yeah, I think that the problem here is that he was being a nuisance to businesses. We have noise ordinances here too.
Okay, so cool.
Answer this question honestly. Is the reason the music was a problem the content of the music or because it was too loud?
Both.
Where does it say? Look, it says in the article that it was because it was loud. Did it say that he was arrested because it was bad? Because they didn't like the music?
All right, but the thing about this conversation is that you want me to be quote unquote realistic. You want me to be you want me to be live in reality, but you're afraid to live in reality as well. Like you don't
just offered a source and I read every word of it to my audience.
Yes,
and it doesn't say what you said that it says.
Brother, it's not
the source is not going to have every little minute detail of the
one minute detail that we needed was that he was arrested for playing music that was like the wrong type of propaganda or something. So if you have a source that has that minute detail, I'd love to see that. This one did not.
What music do you think he was playing?
It did say that the music that he was playing, what did it even say in there? It said he first gained notoriety in Japan in 2023, where he filmed himself engaging in disruptive behavior, including playing racist songs. So it said that they were racist, but that's not what he was charged for. And those also aren't the charges for which he's been jailed for 6 months. Those are newer charges that don't have to do with playing the music.
Okay, so so let's say he didn't play the music. Do you think that is fair for somebody to be jailed to hard labor for 6 months?
It doesn't also say that he's getting hard labor, and I'm completely unfamiliar with the sort of laws that North Korea has or South Korea has about these sorts of things. So I genuinely don't know.
Okay, and you said that North Korea was committing human violations, but you haven't said anything that was. First of all, what is a human right? That's a made up term. That's not a real thing.
On my show, I don't let people slip past it. You claimed that he was arrested because of the content of the music.
Oh my God.
Do you have evidence for that claim?
Brother, you're making this conversation go on longer than it has to. Like you're literally trying
you like to call into lives and say bullshit and like ask enough questions that the host gets lost and forgets what it is you're trying to prove, so you don't have to feel as uncomfortable as you feel right now sitting in the corner. But once again, the claim that Johnny Somali was arrested for the content of the music he played, I need evidence or for you to admit that that was bullshit. One of those two things have to happen, or we're not going to proceed at all. I'll spend the rest of my 4-hour show talking to you about that claim if you keep floundering on it. Let's get some fish emojis in the chat for the guest floundering.
Okay, how about this? You are in front of a computer. It is harder for me to look up every single source to find exactly what I want. There are sources out there that said,
what do I search?
Johnny Somali jailed to hard labor 6 months.
Jailed to hard labor 6 months. Are you
Yes.
Okay. Are you happy with this Google search term on the screen?
It might work. Let's see.
Okay, so the first two results we've already looked at.
BBC and NBC. Okay, cool.
And then we have an ABC news article on Facebook. And we've got legal mindset. Johnny Somali sentenced to 6 months and 20 days prison. He was sentenced to 6 months and 20 days prison. Here we go.
Labor.
Oh, wait, here we go. Just looking at the little thing here, it says was sentenced to 6 months and 20 days in prison with labor. So is the labor 6 months or 20 days? I'm asking. I don't know.
Yo, it's the whole thing, man. Come on. It's all 6 months and 20 days is all labor. It's all labor, man.
Before I got to this part where it says with labor, I was actually going to ask. It's like I was confused. He got sentenced to 6 months and 20 days. Like, what's the difference in these sentences? Once again, I think if you're going to claim that it was like, you keep calling it hard labor. Like, we have slavery in our prisons. Like, you go clean up litter on the side of the highway or whatever.
Yeah.
So like, prisons do that. It's bad. I don't think we should enslave prisoners personally anywhere. I don't think that's a good practice in the 21st century. I don't think it was ever a good practice. I think it's particularly bad in the 21st century because we don't like need that labor for anything.
Okay, so if everybody has prisons, then what's so bad about the DPRK having them?
I'm just trying to understand what happened to Johnny Somali because you said some things happened to him that we're not able to find evidence of, even given your own claims. So,
Okay, so
I made up the fact. So you think that I made up the fact that it was DPRK propaganda music that he was playing on the bus? You think I made that up?
I'm asking you for a source on it, and I can't find it. But you said that he was charged for that, and that's not what he was charged for, according to the articles we've read.
Okay. Cool. South Korea can lie. They can make up things.
You're just moving on. We're literally still looking at the screen. You Googled this.
What are you talking about?
The first two results of the things we already looked at, and then we looked at some of this. We haven't even opened it yet. So are you just pretending that that's not what's happening on the show, and you're gonna start making other claims? Because I'm still very interested in knowing if what you said about Johnny Somali is true, and these articles just aren't saying that.
Okay, so I said that Johnny Somali was jailed for 6 months in South Korea to do hard labor, right? You looked this up and it was found to be true. Correct.
No.
What do you mean? You're literally looking at it right now.
I'm trying to understand what the difference between these 6 months and these 20 days are, because it says 6 months and then an ampersand and then 20 days in prison with labor. I wish that there were like parentheses around this so I could say that it's like 20 days in prison with labor separate from like 6 months without labor.
Whoa.
But it's not clear. I'm not understanding. I'm not seeing what I need to know that what you're saying is the truth, and you're acting like it's like you're acting like it's obvious that that's what you're saying. But again, the primary claim wasn't even about the labor. It was about the fact that he was charged for pro DPRK propaganda, which I'm just not seeing.
Okay, so do you think that I made that up?
I think that first thing you told me to look up, which was just some like right-wing influencer, I think he made it up.
Right-wing influencer, Asian entertainment and culture. I'm not even right-wing. Why would I even look up right-wing sources?
All right, I'll recant that. Not right-wing. That guy. I think that person either made it up or propagated it from some other rumor rampant space online. and that's why you believe it. But I think you just demonstrated that you're not even able to Google what you need to find evidence of your own claim.
Okay, all right. Would it make you feel better if I say that he didn't get charged or jailed for
it's not
music?
about how I feel. Well, yeah, I mean, because you claimed that he got 6 months hard labor for playing DPRK music. That claim true or false? Is that claim true or false? Now that we've looked into it,
it's this varying levels of the truth, and
sounding like a fascist, buddy. There's varying levels of the truth when cornered on defending your own belief.
So you want to go back to your laws and explain to why the DPRK is...
No, I just want you to prove that what you said about Johnny Somali is true. You think on that for a moment. I do have... Yeah, you just keep telling me, but I just need to see it with my own eyes. I need to see some kind of evidence of it. Thank you, Terry, for the $40 on Venmo. Terry said, always interesting, always informative. Yeah, we're having kind of an interesting day. This is a novel one. This is fun for me. Kara sent $1 to say, please look up and fact check this. His North Korean allows their people to travel to 40 countries. It's complete propaganda and a twist of the facts. I read up on this, and it's insane that he claims this is factual. Yeah, maybe we'll get onto that after we talk about Johnny Somali. Really, the only country that North Korea has like any good relationships with are like China and Russia, which makes it unsurprising that this, communist propagandist who I have on my show today is in favor of them. But I don't know where we get to 40. That's kind of nonsense. David sent $5 to say, guest just moved to Russia. Get conscripted into the military and we'll keep your family in our thoughts when you appear on an FPV drone footage. Woo! Goddamn, dude. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think that the caller would want to live in any of these places, which is hilarious because he's calling into my show defending him. Lots of YouTube super chats. Sorry, guys, I was fucking locked in. But that means that you've got plenty of time, caller, to figure out how to prove to me that you aren't lying through your fucking teeth. Because I think that you were convinced of this, but I believe that in this moment you've realized that you were lied to and you are floundering. Can we get some flounder emojis back in the chat again? To like find a source that proves you right instead of actually looking for what the truth is, which is what I'm trying to do. Thank you, Fanatic, for the $5. He said, I would eat this caller up on the topic of North Korea. I studied it out of genuine interest for years. You get killed trying to leave the country. That's love. Yeah, I even knew that. I've read some books on North Korea. Pretty crazy what's going on there. Pretty crazy what's gone on there since World War II. Cam on North Korea supporter. Yeah, does he have camera privileges? Or he's teacupped. I think that maybe I can't request when he's teacupped. I'm not sure if... I feel like I checked at the beginning and he does have camera privileges. I've been checking at the beginning just to know who I'm talking to. It's called Han Nam-soo, 3 Generations of Punishment. The rumor of defecting is good enough to get families sent to camps. Yep, I'm well aware of that. There's lots of evidence of that. There's lots of people who've defected and cried to news reporters knowing that their families are in fucking prison camps because of what they did. Tavi sent $2 to say Johnny was sentenced for DTP, not for propaganda, disturbing the peace. Yeah, well, like I said, he's like, I could go and blare music loud enough that I'd eventually get arrested for being a fucking nuisance if I was like hurting people's eardrums or whatever. Or just, violating local news ordinances. Ethan sent $5 to say, people, listen to this caller. As wrong as he is, social engineering is a thing, as proven by this moron. To be clear, the caller is a moron. Thank you. Jazz Bearing Crab sent $5 to say, funding for this show is provided by contributions to your Oskar Quentin station from viewers like you. Thank you. Thank you for mirroring my little stolen PBS read that I do. Tavi sent $5 to say, caller, Asian entertainment and culture is literally a Western source. LOL. Yeah, I don't even think he keeps calling my sources Western. His source is Western. Just has Asian in the title. AT Hilders sent $5. This is fun to watch. Terminal Gang. We can give a shout out for Terminal. I'm no longer the producer at Terminal Comedy, but I was for a while. So there it is. Downfall, $10. The statues of peace in Korea symbolize the young women and girls who were subject to some of the most heinous things by the Japanese forces in World War II. What Johnny did to these statues sparked his arrest. Yep, that's what we found in the article. Ethan sent $10 to say, devil's advocate here. Why do people keep thinking Google AI are actual sources? This is a problem regardless of political affiliation. Some are more guilty than others. Oh yeah, people on our team give us bad sources all the fucking time. It happens in the Discord sometimes. That's why I'm so behind on getting the worker B-roll better established and kind of codify what that's for. But one of the things it's for is for good sources, because plenty of people send me bad sources when I'm on the air. That's why I'm very wary to just read something that somebody sends me. It might be Google AI. It might be an AI summary generated by Ground News. It might be some other thing that I take issue with as a source. So I just got to be really careful. And I think that there's an education problem around source finding for these sorts of things. Paula sent $5 to say, I am a new listener and found you through Facebook. Facebook. Are you from Minnesota? I love the flag in the background. I am. I live in Minneapolis. Trevor sent $2 to say, here is your cut from the DNC. Good work, Solder. Shh. Don't tell them it's all from the DNC. They're gonna get me in trouble. It's not. I don't know. Maybe somebody who works for the DNC is sending me donations. I don't know if they are. For $2, Chris said, guest's last video says he wants to nuke the EU. Yeah, again, I think that we are coming to the conclusion that the caller is a fascist, but I don't know. Once again, caller, back to you. Got any evidence for your claims about Johnny Somali? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
there's actually a bunch more. I forgot to look at one of my sources. The Spooby sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, quick fiver for fighting the tankies and running rhetorical circles around people. Appreciate you. Paige, thank you for the $25. She sent $25 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, thank you for all that you do. I've been watching your show nightly and watching live when I can. I love listening to you nerd out a few days ago about space. Keep up the great work. Yeah, the space chat with Kimikaze was kind of fun. Maybe we're going to look through a telescope with a flat earther. That might happen when I get to go to Texas. Got travel planned. Got 2, maybe 3 trips on the calendar. None of them to Texas yet, so keep the donations coming and I'll keep moving around. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say he either bought into Russian propaganda or he's hoping for a Tim Pool style grift. In what universe are North Korea and Russia the food guys? In Trump's America, where truth is subjective. Yep. And then I got one more place to check. That's Cash App, where Ross sent me $5 to say, God, tankies are so annoying. Yeah, he's not being super annoying. He's at least being like mostly cooperative in the conversation, which is nice for the show. It makes it much easier to address the problems with his arguments. Carter sent a few bucks to say, any updates on the phone to call in? Very soon, working on it, like any day now, because it's just, we just got to work out the kinks on getting it done. The show is too busy and like high viewership for me to want to troubleshoot it on the air. So there's probably going to be a random members only stream where we're troubleshooting the call-in line shielded by a burner TikTok account. Which, by the way, you can actually see in the chat, call-in line 001. That is going to be the call-in account. So when you see that account in the guest request box, that account is where the...
Do you get it? Do you get the little pun I made there?
I get it. Yeah, call-in line is going to be the phone call line where Google Voice calls are going to be passed through to a TikTok account and then put on the show through that. So actually, Jessie, before we get back into the conversation, why don't you can you guest request? Does it have access yet?
I cannot.
Oh yeah.
That's the whole point of me in the chat.
Yeah. So if everybody could engage with call-in line 001, that's actually Jessie who's sitting over there. We're just trying to get that account live privileges, and once it does have live account privileges, Jessie's gonna start working on getting call-in line 2.
Nobody was interacting with me, so I started trolling in the chat.
Yeah. That's okay. We prank the chat sometimes by trolling, but we announce it to preserve the authenticity. And we all, it's like when I poll the chat, I don't care what the answers are. It's just to get in my joke about voter fraud, because the opposition always commits voter fraud in my chat, which I find very funny. And then I just remind everybody that I'm just doing it to farm engagement. Obviously, me and the caller aren't going to care about what the chat says, but it is fun for everybody. And I do love watching the chat fucking rip. All right. We're still on Johnny Somali. True or false? Was he jailed for 6 months hard labor for playing North Korean propaganda, or was that wrong when you said that a few minutes ago?
For the sake of the argument, I will say false.
I'm not interested in you saying for the sake of the argument, because it's a total fucking cop-out, and the chuckle you just let... Cope, chuckle, and brother are the calls of somebody deeply cornered, my friend. You brought that claim to me. Why do you think that that's true?
I'm cornered? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I read...
Yes or no? Is the caller cornered?
I like that. I like what you got going on here. All right. It's fake. How about this? It's fake. Is that... Like, what do you want me to be more sincere about it?
You seem sure that he was jailed for 6 months hard labor for playing North Korean propaganda, and we found that he was jailed for 6 months and then 20 days listed separately. I'm not 100% sure. I think the 20 days is, it didn't say hard labor, it just said labor. I don't know, maybe he's folding fucking clothes in the prison's like laundry room. Like, I wouldn't call that hard labor. I think that's you editorializing it. So we're not even sure if the labor extended across the 6 months. And also the thing that he was jailed for simply is not propaganda. So again, you believe that to be true. Why do you fucking believe that?
All right. I just told you that you're right. It didn't happen. I was wrong. Now, can we get back to what we were actually talking about?
Yeah, you said that that because North Korea does, or because South Korea does stuff like that, that makes it acceptable for North Korea to summarily execute people who try to flee over the DMZ to South Korea. Brother, so we can get back to that part of the conversation. Yes,
that is not happening.
please. Like I said, they are allowed to travel to over 40 countries. Do you need me to list every country that they're allowed to travel to?
From my Discord, 40 countries will give North Koreans visas upon request or do not require a visa. This doesn't mean North Korea will allow it. It's citizens to leave the country. And then there's a source here listed, which is Passport Index. And then they list North Korea and they show the places that are willing to welcome North Koreans. But this has nothing to do with the policies of North Korea.
Okay, so do you have the policies of North Korea?
They execute people who try to leave. There's video of it happening.
Okay, wait. There's video of it happening. Okay, so can you show me a non-doctored video of that happening?
No, we cannot show people getting.
No, we can't. But
executed on stream.
but I am going to try to find like an article title so you can go look at it yourself. But no, we can't show footage of people being shot.
Can you make sure that the article isn't Western propaganda?
Can I make sure that the article isn't Western propaganda? See, it's video footage from the DMZ, and I happen to know because I studied this long enough ago that it predates the AI technology that makes generating this sort of video possible. So it doesn't matter the source of the video as long as the video itself is. It's a little bit like if I saw a video of Trump talking, but it was on an NBC article. It's not like, oh, that's liberal propaganda. It's like, well, it's a video of Trump talking. The video is either fake or it's not. I don't care who's serving it.
Okay, but do you? I mean, okay. So here's the thing. I know you know this, that videos have been doctored long before AI. I know you know this. So so what is even the point of
I have something of a background in video production and special effects and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you look like a smart guy.
So there's that weird subtle self-racism again. I don't know why you think I look smart.
How is that? You look like a smart guy. Oh, you're trolling me. You're trolling me now. You got
I was trolling you on that one because you said that you're dumb and black, which I thought was fucking totally weird and out of left field. What about me makes me look so smart? Is it the glasses?
Glasses, blonde hair, blue eyes. Well, brown hair, blue eyes. I don't know.
Didn't get the eye color or the hair color right.
You don't have blue eyes?
Nope.
Are they gray?
Like green, hazel kind of.
They look sweetly blue in this lighting. I'll give him that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. You think blue eyes make a person smart?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I say it's a precursor.
Can we get somebody to count in the chat for the fascist dog whistles that this fascist keeps letting slip?
Okay. Here's the thing. You haven't described how North Korea's fascist. We went over those three. We went over, 3 laws?
Oh, there's a Wikipedia article that lists border incidents involving North and South Korea. How interesting.
North and South. They're in a war. They're in a war, mate. What are you talking about? They're in a war.
It lists the border incidents, so these are going to be military things. Here, I'm just going to Control F for defector. Here we go. 3 North Korean soldiers and 1 South Korean soldier are killed. Those are soldiers. Let's see. No, that's a Soviet defector. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, here we go. A South Korean pig farmer who was wanted for assault cut a hole in the DMZ fence and defected to North Korea. Interesting.
Okay, nobody getting shot there?
I'm honestly just reading through the results for a Control F for defector. Defector's going to mean more than one thing. I'm just like, do you think that what I'm doing is in any way dishonest? Like, because there are 21 results for defector on this page. The first 2 were not the examples I'm looking for. Are you going to wait until I get through the list, or are you going to just assert?
I'm sorry.
Be sorry, because it's shitty what you just did. You shouldn't behave that way. Like, you're jumping at the bit for, like, just because I haven't, like, found it inside of 20 seconds, you're, like, jumping at the bit. You're chomping at the bit to, like, say that shows that I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. But we're on 2 of 21 results for defectors. And that's also just for things that are described as defectors. Or I just typed in defect, so that would get defected, as it did here, or defector. So even if we don't find any by the time we get to the end of the 21, then I might have to, like, look a little bit harder. But I think we probably will find some stories of defectors being killed by soldiers. Let's see. On December 2nd, 2009, a North Korean sergeant was rescued by South Korean sailors after his fishing boat drifted into South Korea. The soldier did not wish to defect and was repatriated. So again, that's not an example of what I'm looking for. October 6, 2012, an 18-year-old Korean People's Army private defected to South Korea. He was apparently not detected as he crossed the DMZ and had to knock on an ROK barracks door to draw attention to himself. The soldier later told investigators he had defected after killing 2 of his superiors. Also not really what I'm looking for. That's a military defector, which we're talking about civilians. A teenage North Korean soldier walks across the DMZ and defects at South Korean guard post in northeastern Hongshan. Not what I'm looking for. In 2017, North Korean soldier defected by crossing the demarcation line in the JSA. The defector was shot by other KPA soldiers and was found about 55 yards from the demarcation line. So that's a soldier. North Korean soldier. I wish I could filter the ones that aren't soldiers because those don't really make my point for me. North Korean Army Staff Sergeant defects. Yeah, I think this article might just be This article might just be soldiers. Let me go back
Okay,
up to the top.
but the thing
Hold
is,
on. I'm looking in real time for it, so just give me a second. So what is the thing? What were you about to say?
even if they are soldiers or civilians, it doesn't matter. They're in a war.
Well, it matters whether or not they're soldiers because I can see that a soldier defecting like maybe would warrant some military action, but we're talking about the way that they treat civilian defectors. So this is the wrong page. This is not.
If I'm in a war with a neighboring country, a hostile country backed by the United States, if a civilian is trying to cross, yes, they will be dealt with. Are you crazy?
North Korean defector who crossed DMZ was shot 5 times. Does archive.org work on BBC? Let's see. I hope they'd have that article. No, they don't. What a shame. We need to just pay for some of these fucking... That's what we need to do. We need to get the management account that run the live streaming account. We just need to spend whatever it's going to be, a couple $100 a month. We just need to get past all the fucking paywalls. I'm tired of running into this problem. Sorry, just talking to my...
Become
producer.
a communist.
What?
Become a communist. You won't have to deal with all these stupid paywalls.
I think that... Here. I have declared myself a communist. Let's try again. Oh, is it going to let me read it? Oh, no, still a paywall. No, they want money. They don't care about my communism. Didn't work.
You're funny. Not like you. You're funny. You're funny. Yo.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Got others. North Korean troops shot 40 times. Another North Korean soldier just defected. Yeah, a lot of soldiers defecting.
See? You're like your own propaganda doesn't even work.
Dude, I'm just looking. You remember how I found your information on Johnny Somali and you like ran away from looking at it and like you wouldn't even admit in good faith that you were wrong. You had to say that you were just doing it.
I just said that. Okay. Okay. All right, man.
North Korea. Consequences. I think maybe what's going on here is there's like a little vocabulary mix up where like I guess a defector is probably only being seen as a military person. I don't know if defector only applies to people in the military. Consequences for leaving. Let's try that. Oh, here we go. We got human rights from the State Department, which is not actually a source I would like trust for anything local, but when is this from? U.S. efforts on North Korean human rights issues. The United States is deeply concerned about the well-being of North Korean people and the human rights conditions in which they live. Human rights are an integral part of the U.S. policy towards North Korea, and how North Korea addresses human rights has a significant impact on the prospect for a closer U.S.-North Korea ties. United States remains committed to aiding those who leave North Korea, and we work with UN High Commissioner for Refugees and aid asylum seekers. The United States continues to work closely with bilateral partners that share our deep concern about the North Korean people, non-governmental organizations, and international organizations, including the UN Human Rights Council and the U.S. General Assembly, with the UN Special Rapporteur in the situation of human rights in the DPRK. Emily, thank you very much for the Guardian's Pledge. That's a big one. Thank you.
She also sent a galaxy a few minutes ago. Thank you so much, Emily, for the galaxy.
Thank you, Emily. Oh, North Korea. Maybe this is the right Wikipedia article. Here we go. North Korean defectors not to be confused with South Koreans defecting to North Korea.
Oh, wait. Not to be confused with what?
This is an article about people defecting from North Korea, not to North Korea.
Okay.
Yeah. Just read what it says.
So people defect now from South Korea to North Korea as well, right?
I think you're running away from what it says in this article because you're afraid that these examples that are listed here are going to back up what I'm saying. Because we did actually a moment ago read an example of somebody defecting to North Korea from South Korea. But if you're going to make some claim about there being like more defections or something, the claim we're specifically looking at is how people are punished for defecting from North Korea and how their families are punished. So why are you interrupting?
All right, continue. I'm sorry.
It just doesn't seem genuine, you know? It just doesn't...
I'm saying sorry.
Okay. People defect from North Korea for political, material safety, and personal reasons. Defectors flee to various countries, mainly South Korea. In South Korea, they are referred to by several terms, including northern refugees and new settlers. Towards the end of the North Korean famine in the 1990s, there was a steep increase in defections, eventually peaking in 2009. Since then, some of the main reasons for the falling number of defectors have been strict border patrols and inspections and forced deportations. The costs of defection and the end of the mass famine that swept the country when Soviet aid ceased with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The most common strategy for defectors to cross the China-North Korea border into the Chinese provinces of Jilin or Liaoning. Sorry, I'm not very good at Chinese pronunciation. About 76 to 84% of defectors interviewed in China or South Korea came from the North Korean provinces bordering China. Terms, settlement process, demographics, migration, by destination. Let's see. Discrimination, mental health, ethnic tensions. Yeah, why does it get into countries? Thailand, United States. Is there another section here? I don't want the list of countries. Where's the table of contents for this article? Oh, does it not have one? How weird. I'm just going to like rapid fire a couple of Control F search terms to see if I can find some of the stories that I know. Family. Let's see. According to unconfirmed reports, government operatives have contacted defectors living in South Korea and offered them guarantees that their families are safe. Under Kim Jong-un, North Korea has allegedly started a campaign to attract defectors to return with promises of money, housing, employment, and with no punishments. That's new. A foreign diplomat in Pyongyang said in 2013 that not all returning defectors are trucked to prison. They can instead be put on TV for propaganda purposes. According to unconfirmed reports, government operatives have contacted defectors. There we go. Oh, that's under the return to North Korea section. Let's see. Documentary about pastor facilitating the escape of North Korean family via China. Here we go. Over the Border. The main character of this movie, Kim Sung-ho, is a North Korean classical musician who defects to South Korea after unintentionally putting his family in danger by exchanging letters with his grandfather who resides in Seoul.
See, man, like it's not even real. Like, and I'm not trying to be like a dickhead. Like I'm trying to like I want you to be enlightened, brother. Like I want you to be happy. I want you to be good. I want you to want the good of the people.
3 generations. Oh, here we go. This is what it was.
See, like,
yeah,
look, you're
I alleged
so
that earlier. Yeah, I am trying. Why didn't you try so hard to find your own source for Johnny Somali? Like,
Bro,
sometimes it's a little
Johnny
time-consuming to find a source. See if the Discord's working on anything. Let's see. I hate the way Discord handles copying links. It's very hard to get them out. But yeah, here we go. Come on, scroll, dang you. Under North Korean system, if one person in your family does something wrong or commits a crime against the regime, then the entire family can be sent away to a prison camp. The reason the regime has this kind of system in place is because it wants to instill fear in North Koreans. Kim Il-sung once said that any person who has anti-government sentiments should be wiped out entirely, and up to 3 generations of their family should be punished. These words from Kim Il-sung actually became law in North Korea. This is why family members also have to be sacrificed. So if you're part of a family that committed an offense against the regime, not only do you have to live with bad social class or songbong, you have a dismal future ahead of you. This was Kim Il-sung is the founder and leader of North Korea, a state from 1948 until his death in 1994. Songbong is a system used by North Korean regime to classify citizens' attitudes towards the regime as core, wavering, or hostile. An individual's songbong status is influenced by his family status and helps determine career prospects, housing, and even access to food.
All right, and so what source is that from?
Yeah, I was about to say this is the Bush Center. But this is it's describing laws. Like this is codified into law in North Korea. So like here we have the name of it now. We have this thing where they punish your entire family. North Korea, 3 generations of punishment.
Is George Bush a war criminal to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so that source is all right. Cool.
The George Bush Presidential Center is not George Bush personally.
Yeah, but that come on. If they're
I'm
making
sorry.
come on. They come on. They're making stuff for him. Then come on, like
No, dude. Every president gets a library named after them. I fucking hate Trump with a passion. Am I going to discredit a book because it came from the Trump library?
You low-key should. Yes.
That's nonsense.
Okay, so do you discredit every book that comes from Russia or North Korea?
I don't discredit the Smithsonian. 3 generations of punishment. North Korea law specifies 3 generations of punishment. If you commit a crime, your children and grandchildren will also receive full brunt of punishment, which often involves a lifetime in prison. Children born in prison are raised as prisoners because their blood is guilty. Instituted in 1950, this law was supposed to eliminate the blood lineage of counter-revolutionary North Koreans after the war. So it took me a little while to find it, which would suggest that the propaganda is trying to hide it. But we did find it. They have on the books laws that say that 3 generations of your family will be punished for you going against the regime.
Okay, so now back to what we were saying earlier. How is this fascism? If this is true,
Well, so
how
we
is it
got
fascism?
we got really bogged down because we were looking at Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets of fascism, which you don't recognize as a good definition of fascism. Gosh,
No,
that was
because the first 2 that you said aren't fascism, and the third one is like it's so arbitrary that it doesn't make sense.
We actually didn't even get to 3. We were on number 2, which is disdain for the recognition of human rights. Do you think that
Yes,
do you think that punishing 3 generations of somebody's family for something that they did is an example of having disdain for human rights?
What is human rights? I've been asking you that for the longest. Human rights is a made up term. That's not real.
Yeah, what we label human rights are social constructions. That's true. But I think a good human right would be that you shouldn't be punished for the crimes of your ancestors. Do you think that if you and I designed the world, designed our policies, do you think that that would be a good human right where if we saw somebody punishing somebody for something that their father did, we'd say, hey, you're violating their human rights?
Okay.
Do you think that that would be a good way to define human rights?
I think so.
Okay, so when we say, so we can use our brain and we can use what we think human rights should be to look at disdain for the recognition of human rights and see that North Korea is an obvious example of it. And if you use this wishy-washy, nothing is real, it's all socially constructed, I don't know how you have a firm claim about fucking anything at all.
Okay. All right. So, do you think that there's a difference between labor camps and re-education camps?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you think that the people are being put into re-education camps or labor camps?
I think that these camps would very probably meet both definitions. The satellite images that we have of the camps in Korea do demonstrate that they're doing some type of manual labor. They use them yeah.
Brother, satellite image is also propaganda, bro. Come on.
Dude, am I talking to Kimikaze?
Do you okay, so when you see the light, like the quote unquote lights coming from the satellites, do you think that's true? Do you think that's real? Do you think that's an accurate description of what's happening?
What do you mean?
Yeah. You know how they show the satellite lights from
separately to what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, satellite imagery does just show a lack of industrialization in North Korea. They're lagging behind the rest of the world in terms of like lighting their cities. But yeah, that's not
the world.
Most of the rest of the world.
No, they're on par with every other country that has been imposed imperialism by the United States.
Okay, again, that's just a pivot away from. Here we go. The Guardian has North Korea satellite images show prison camps accused of what? Let's get rid of that pop-up. North Korean satellite images show prison camps accused of atrocities. Pyongyang has denied the existence of Kwanlizo prison camps where the UN says inmates have been faced starvation, forced labor, and torture and rape. New satellite images of North Korean prison camps have been released showing continued existence of political prison camps described by the United Nations as being used to perpetrate unspeakable atrocities. North Korea's government denies such camps exist, but new analysis from human rights groups shows several of these camps, also known as Kwanlizo, have been maintained and expanded since being the subject of the 2014 UN inquiry, which is linked, so I can open that in a new tab if we want to look at it a little bit later. The UN Commission found inmates have been subject to deliberate starvation, forced labor, and executions, torture, rape, and the denial of reproductive rights, and estimated that hundreds of thousands of political prisoners had died in the camps in the past 5 decades. And then it shows some of the prison camps here. There's a reported crematory, which is a little suspicious. Are there any more in this article? Yeah, here we go. Area 1, consisting of the main gate, the camp entrance, and main administrative area with associated guard housing, has no observable changes since 2014. No changes in the number of guard housing units are apparent. On the west side of the area, in the entrance to the revolutionizing zone, with a checkpoint appears to be present after this internally fenced area, the camp has been raised. That doesn't have to do with labor. But yeah, I mean, like, you're calling into my show, and you got a hot take here, which is that North Korea is not committing human rights violations.
Okay, so if you're the leader of a country, right, and you have somebody who is literally trying to
so we're going to move the goalpost to it being okay that they're doing that, right?
Yes, because that's what it is. They literally just said, okay, if you have somebody that's
they are violating people's human rights, and you're okay with it.
Wait, no, that's not what you're trying to put words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand, dude.
Okay, if you are the leader of a country, and I am literally doing things to actively undermine your authority, undermine your rule, would it not be fair for you to put my family into a re-education camp just to make sure that
you're twisting it all up here, because these are labor camps, and you just called them education camps instead of labor camps, and you still think it's okay to send people's families to them. So
you just said that they were both yourself.
I said that you're right, but you do realize that we're sidestepping this thing about hard labor, which you were very concerned about in the case of Johnny Somali. I will remind you. You're not okay with Johnny Somali getting hard labor, but you're okay with a North Korean defector's family getting hard labor.
Okay, do you know what labor is?
Yeah.
Okay, so so it's not hard labor; it's just labor.
I think that whether labor is hard or not is subjective, but I pointed out that you are editorializing by calling something hard labor when it just says labor in the article.
Okay, so what evidence do you have to prove that people are being sent to hard labor for the crimes of their families?
It's on the books as law in North Korea. It's a policy called 3 generations of punishment.
Okay, but you're not getting that from a DPRK source. You're getting that from a Western source. That's like, okay, so like if I go to China and they say, well, it's in a policy in America that all Mexicans should return to Mexico. Is that true?
What was the first source that you offered me? You brought me something about Ukraine at the beginning from Amnesty International, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to Google Amnesty International North Korean human rights violations. I'm going to see what comes up. Okay. First result is an article titled Human Rights in North Korea. So from your source, the one that you brought me to convince me that you were right about Russia being good, they said government control over all aspects of life persisted with strict constraints on freedom and expression and movement. Surveillance, continued distribution of foreign media was punished. Arbitrary detention, political prison camps, and torture were ongoing. And death.
That's literally in the United States too. All of that is in the United States. Literally all of that.
I agree that we have some civil rights violations going on here too. I said earlier, but once again, why are you denying that North Korea?
Because the thing is, like we already said, that human rights is arbitrary. The thing is that all of these countries everywhere do these sorts of things.
Here's an article about people being executed for watching South Korean TV.
Okay, all right. So look, check this out. We already said that human rights is arbitrary. That's the thing, right? And all these countries do all these things that you're
You
choosing.
said that, and I don't think arbitrary is a good substitute for what I said, which is socially constructed. Because something's socially constructed doesn't mean it's arbitrary. That's very different.
I mean, but it would be though.
No, socially constructed does not mean arbitrary.
Are human rights not arbitrary though?
No.
So they're not at all taken up to interpretation.
I think people. Just because something is open to interpretation does not mean that it's arbitrary. Arbitrary is like a really black and white term. It means like not based in any type of reasoning. It's just random.
Yes, exactly.
You think that human rights, like for example, that you shouldn't be jailed for something that a relative of yours did. You think that that's just like a random rule, like somebody rolled the dice to figure out which page of the dictionary they should go to and came up with some random arbitrary rule. Like I don't think that's arbitrary.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that what the DPRK does, that you have listed out, every single country does. However, in terms of the DPRK, they are the only nation to not be defeated. Well, not the only. They were the first nation after World War II to be defeated by the U.S. Empire, or not be defeated by the U.S. Empire.
You don't define human rights in any way that makes it reasonable for me to have a conversation with you about human rights. You think that they're arbitrary.
You're not, because you don't want to listen. Like, you know you're wrong. Like, you know
chat.
you're backed into a corner. I'm sorry.
Chat, yes or no? Am I in the corner?
Is he in the corner? Yes.
Just farming engagement.
And
What corner am I in?
No voter fraud.
Yeah, we don't want voter fraud in the chat. It's bad. What corner am I in? That human rights are arbitrary is what you're saying?
Because in the case of North Korea, since they are the first and foremost country to
stop talking about countries. I'm not interested in talking about any countries. We're only talking about human rights, because if you think that human rights are arbitrary and made up such that an example of a country having human rights violations is not meaningful, then I'm only interested in discussing with you what human rights are.
In the case, because in the case of North Korea, they're applied to North Korea, but they're not applied
stop
to
talking
any other
about North
country.
Korea. We're not allowed to talk about North Korea.
I'm talking about the human rights.
Talking about whether or not human rights are even a real thing is a prerequisite conversation for having a conversation with me about North Korea. So I'm removing the North Korea topic until we understand what you think.
No, I don't think
human rights
are real, man. Like, we already talked about this. I think
and we need to come to some common ground on that, because why would we proceed to talk about a country that I think has massive human rights violations if you and I don't even agree about what human rights are? Like, why is that a good use of our time? We should stay on the topic of human rights. I'm trying
to tell you why the human rights thing, I would listen to it if it was applied correctly, if it was applied fairly, evenly, but it's not.
So we should talk about what human rights are instead of what North Korea is doing.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. Why do you think that human rights are made up? Or like arbitrary? Because they are made up, I guess, but like, yeah, why? But I don't think they're arbitrary. I think we made them up in correspondence to some facts about the human condition.
Because it's a very selfish term. It's a term for individualists.
Human rights is a selfish term?
Yes, it's an individualistic term, yes.
I'm mostly concerned about other people's human rights. Like, when I think about what's going wrong in the world, like, I'm a white dude. I could have just stayed out of this and I'd have been fine. So do you think that my concern for other people's human rights is selfish?
It's not your concern, it's their concern.
You think it's selfish for people to want to have human rights?
If I go around proclaiming that, look, I should have this right just because I'm a human. I need to be able to do this. I need to be able to do this. Yeah. I can do all of this just because I'm a human. Yes, that's selfish.
But when you say just because I'm human, you do realize that you're a very small part of who you're talking about. When I say just because I'm human, I should have this right, how many people am I talking about?
Sounds like yourself.
How many humans are there?
8 billion.
Right. So I'm 1/8 billionth of who I'm talking about when I say that I should have a certain right because I'm a human. How is that selfish?
Because in your case, they don't apply it correctly.
Who is they? We're talking about what human rights.
The West, the liberal West. It's not applied correctly.
Stop getting to real countries. Here, New World. Delete all of history. It's you and me. We get to decide what human rights are because we're writing the Constitution for the New World Order. I think that there's reasonable answers to the question, what sort of things should we consider human rights to be? And you keep falling back to you not liking these particular groups, but I just don't think that you and I are in a place to have a meaningful conversation about that until we have some type of agreement about what human rights are. And the idea that you think it's selfish to think that all 8 billion people should be given some basic dignity and some basic information or some basic rights about what their life on Earth should be like, if you think that that's a selfish perspective to have, that's what I'd like to discuss with you, because I think that that's one of the bigger pieces of nonsense that has ever been presented on this show.
You said dignity and what else?
I don't know what I just said. I've got lots of feelings about human rights. I got lots of thoughts about what reasonable ways to get to them are. I have lots of thoughts about what empirical things we can try to measure to come up with good human rights, because that is a little squirrely, because it's all about what the subjective experience of any one individual is. So I recognize it's maybe difficult to talk about, but to call them arbitrary is nonsense. And I think to call somebody who wants there to be human rights selfish is nonsensical.
I agree with you that everybody should have dignity.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that not everybody agrees on what is a human right.
Right. And I think that if I got to decide what the human rights were, if I got to decide what society considers human rights to be, because I recognize that actually codifying these rules is a social construction, I would say that I would want my definition of human rights to be such that if you punished somebody for something that a family members of them did, that would be a violation of their human rights. If you and I were setting the world up together, do you think that that would be a good rule, that you're not allowed to punish people for something that somebody else did?
Okay, now can we define punish?
That was a question.
But the thing is,
Hard labor, whatever you define hard labor to be, the type that Johnny Somali's getting, that hard labor.
You can be re-educated, man. Like,
the question was, should people be allowed to be punished for the things that their family members have done? Yes or no?
I mean, it's debatable, man. Like, I'm sorry, these aren't black and white.
This is a debate show. We're debating it right now. Why do you think that there are situations where it's acceptable to punish somebody for something that their family member did?
If you owed me money, it would be acceptable for me to go to your brother and say, "Hey, where's this guy's money?" Like, you got to.
Would it be acceptable for you to take the money out of his wallet?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
because we're specifically talking about punishing my family members. So we're talking. So you asking my brother, "Hey, where's Oscar? He's dodging me on this debt." That's not punishing him. That's talking to him, though. I would probably argue that you talking to anybody is punishment, but that's mostly just a quip. So in what way do you think it would be appropriate to punish my brother for me having a debt with you?
I want to say this first and foremost. I don't wish violence upon anybody. I would never do this in real life. However, I do think it would be acceptable to like, if I see him with some money and it's the money that you owe me, I would say, "Hey, look, I have to take this because you."
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's the money that I owe you? Do you not understand the fungibility of currency?
I don't know what that word means. I'm sorry.
Speaking of the fungibility of currency, Oscar is going to read our donors.
Finally. I will tell you
regime.
I will tell you what the fungibility of currency is after, and I do not fault you for not knowing what that is. It's the F in NFT, but we'll get to that after I read the donations, because it is an important topic in this very weird little avenue that we've gone down about punishing my brother for me having a debt to you. Jazz Baroncrab sent $5 to say, "Collar's just a CCP spy. If I'm wrong, then prove it by saying Pooh Bear Xi Jinping. The floor is yours." Actually, yeah. Would you say that it's funny that can you admit that he kind of looks like Winnie the Pooh, Xi Jinping? Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm in the bathroom right now.
Oh, we'll get back to it.
Downfall, because he doesn't like that, and China punishes people for doing that. So I'm just curious if he respects those rules or not. Downfall sent $5 to say, "Collar says North Korea can make up lies. Johnny literally streamed himself doing this stuff." Yeah, the evidence was there for everybody. Let the Wookiee in send $5 to say, "Ask this kid if Google is a source. Brett Cross nailed him on this and he ran like a bitch. I'm not surprised to learn that Brett Cross nailed him and he ran like a bitch." Ethan sent $5 to say, "I didn't want to put money on this, but Collar is right. We have never treated people right, but Oscar is describing a place I want, I think maybe a place I want to live." Yeah, I'm not sitting here trying to say that the United States isn't guilty of some of this stuff. That's never been at issue for me. I'm not the argument I'm making. Lots came in over on Venmo. Thank you, Chris, for the $2. Chris said, "Guest's last video says he wants to nuke EU." Oh, I already read that one. Yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of fucking crazy shit on this dude's page. That's not surprising at all. Carter sent a few bucks to say, "Any updates on the phone call?" And why am I reading these again? I already read these. Yeah, silly me. Christina... the phone, any day now. We're working on. We have the hardware we need. We have the new studio set up. We're going to do the phone lines soon. $25 from Christina for towards a BBC subscription. Heart. Yeah, we are talking about the news agency, not the corn category. Because I just run into paywalls so much, and archive.org doesn't always get me around them. So I think I just should pay for a bunch of the main ones. Like New York Times is frustrating with their paywalls. There's some, like the Star Tribune is like a local one, which matters for me, and like I'm paywalled on them because they only give you like one article a week or something. I don't know. Very annoying. Gonna spend some of this money on some subscriptions. Emily sent $25 to say, "Love you. Love the Jessie and Raven are incredible queens too. Happy Monday. W staff, W mods, W Discord, W viewers, W everybody." Over on Buy Me a Coffee, I bet Lucky Phil is screaming from down under. Let's see. Yes. Naughty sent a buck to say, "Hey, Oscar, been watching since 110 after I heard you on Parker's Live. Thank you for being you and how you do things. I love that you are an educator and it makes clear you were born to be one. Educate the masses. Much love. Sorry I'm not able to contribute more at the moment. Say hi to Jess and Raven for me." Well, hi, Jess. And I'll say hi to Raven for you later. But yeah, and no sweat on the small donation. You know, you worry about you. If your wallet's a concern, then you got your message read for $1, and then you don't need to spend any more than that. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, how the fuck have we gone 2 hours with this clown? Dude, at least it's not E. Jean Carroll. It's at least kind of interesting. I think people like this caller are more common out there in the discourse space than you'd think, and it's important to address some of this bullshit. So, caller, are you back, or are you still in the bathroom?
Yeah, no, I'm back.
All right, hold on. Let me just double check my Cash App. Forgot to look there. Thanks for the donations, everybody. Appreciate it. Anyway,
Jump back to that question you had for him from Jazzberry and Crab.
yeah, before we move on, would you just say that, like, can you admit that Xi Jinping has a resemblance to Winnie the Pooh?
Well, that would be bullying, and I don't like to bully people. Like if Xi Jinping doesn't want to be called Winnie and people do that, I think it would be fair for him to put them in jail, because I think bullying is a huge problem.
You think that somebody should be jailed for seeing the resemblance here?
Look, you can see a resemblance, but like
Okay,
saying like
you said it. That's all I needed from you. I just needed you to say that there is a resemblance. I would not advise you travel to China. Thank you, Lover of Life, for the $2. Absolute rights versus non-derogable rights. I'd have to look into that meaning. Anyway, we were talking about the fungibility of currency, because you think that it is fair to punish family members for the crimes of a person. I think that if I got to decide what we consider human rights to be, that would be a violation of something I consider a human right, which is not to be punished for the crimes of your associates, your family members in this case. So you brought up an example where I owe you money and you're going after my brother, and you said that if he had the money that I owed you, that would like maybe make it reasonable for you to punish him in some way, like take the money. Did I summarize correctly for all the people who just joined?
yes.
Okay, so then what I said is I took issue with you saying that my brother has the money that I owe you, because I said that money is fungible, and you didn't know what fungibility is. So we're just gonna have teacher Oskar for a moment, and we're gonna learn about fungibility. Is everybody up to speed? Are you up to speed, caller?
I am.
Okay, fungibility just means that if I loan you $1, I don't need the same dollar bill back. I need a dollar back. In fact, it'd be kind of weird if it was the same dollar. It'd make me wonder what you'd used it for. But if you go and spend the dollar and then give me a different dollar out of your paycheck, I don't care, because it's still a dollar. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's because dollars are fungible. That's what a fungible good is. So, for example, if I borrow your car, I might use some gasoline in it, but I might replace that gasoline. Do you care that it's different gasoline?
No.
Generally, it's fungible. Generally speaking, commodities are fungible.
So how is your brother's money not fungible to me?
By you saying that it's the money, that his money is the money that I owe you, that suggests to me that you're not considering the fungibility of the money. Even if I had used the money to buy a guitar from my brother, he has the money that I borrowed from you, right?
In the guitar, yeah.
Right, but because money is fungible, it doesn't matter where I spent the money. You could go take the money from anybody. You could rob a bank, say Oskar owes me $1,000. I'm going to rob the bank to get it from him. I'm going to rob his brother. Because of the fungibility of money, it doesn't make a difference whether you're robbing an arbitrary person or the person I gave the money to, which isn't even a detail that you offered when you were trying to justify that you would punish my brother for a debt that I had to you. So because of the fungibility of currency, and for everybody listening, just to give the alternative, like if something's not fungible, I want the exact one back. If I lent you one of my grandfather's tools that I've had since I was a kid and said, please be kind to it and return it, I'd still be mad at you if you bought me a new one after losing it or breaking it, because it's not fungible. It's something that has specific value to me. So you're treating money like it's non-fungible when it is in fact fungible, and you're using that as a reason to punish my brother for something I did.
But okay, so all right, so you're saying that money, I'm treating it as non-fungible?
To think that the phrase that you use that made me bring up the topic of fungibility is that if my brother had the money that I owed you, that would make it okay for you to punish him in some way, maybe take it from him, rob him, I don't know. The only way I could see that making sense to somebody is two things are needed. One, I gave the money to my brother, like bought something from him or just gave it to him for some reason. And then two, for money to not be fungible, because then you'd be able to say that's the money that I loaned Oskar. But that's not how currency works. So even if I could accept that somebody would think the way that you're thinking, if they thought that way, that's still wrong. It's just the only way I can make sense of what you're telling me.
So what if I take the money from you?
That would not be, like, what we're talking about is punishing family members for things that a person did. So you could shoot me in the face in this example, and it wouldn't be relevant to what we're talking about, which is my family being punished for things that I did.
So what if I did take the money from you, but it happened to be your brother's money? Or what if I took your brother's money and it happened to be your money?
What does that even mean?
If
the money that you took from me was my brother's money, you didn't take it from me, you took it from my brother. Like, what the fuck is this question?
The question is
your money,
but I took it from him.
I just feel like we're getting away from the bigger question here, which is, should you punish somebody's family members for things that they did? That's the question that we're on. We're getting very lost in the weeds on this example.
Okay. All right. How about this? I'll say yes, but I don't think it's like punish in the same way that you mean punish. Like, look, I'm not trying to go in circles. I'm not trying to do this. I'm not, come on. Like, I'm trying to have an actual good faith conversation. I told you that at the beginning.
I don't know of a way that you can define punish that makes any sense, that makes punish a useful word, that doesn't make it unacceptable to punish somebody for something that their family members did. Like, a useful definition of the word punishment is going to be incompatible with my concern for punishment for the family members of perpetrators.
Okay, so you see recently, right, with school deletions, I'll say, you see
you can
that
say school shootings on my show, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, school shootings. You see the parents getting charged now. Recently, you see parents getting charged with what their kid is doing.
Because they contributed to the crime by irresponsibly putting a firearm in the hands of somebody who shouldn't have one. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And do you think that it's possible
because of it? That's because of a thing that they did, not because of a thing that the kid did in that case. So that's yes or no? Is that a good counterexample?
See, here's the thing. Like, you're trying to run away from it. Well, how is it possible at all that the family members could be putting things in the child's head to make them want to go out against the Kim regime?
You can make up a thing that makes it acceptable to punish a family member of somebody who did something bad, but it's because the family member did something bad. That's them being punished for their own actions. If you have to invent some sort of reason like that, then we're not talking about arbitrarily punishing family members, which is, I think everybody knows we're talking about arbitrarily punishing family members, not charging family members as accomplices to crimes.
Is that what the law said?
I'm talking to you. At the beginning of this thought experiment, I said that we're going to try to establish some basic human rights and talk about what they should be. And I said that one basic human right that I would want the world to recognize, is that people shouldn't be punished for things that their family members have done. And in all these counter examples, you're making it so that the family member did something that makes it okay to punish them. And that's not. Like my brother lives 1,000 miles away. I do have a brother. He lives on the East Coast. He lives back home in New York. He works at a bar. Okay, like, his life is very different than mine. If I did something bad and you went and punished him for it, like, that would be a violation of his rights, because nothing I do should be able to affect anything that happens to him.
Okay, so so we all know, we all say it all the time that North Korea is very secretive about what they do. So how can we
stop talking about North Korea? Yes or no? Should we punish people's family members for things that they do?
No.
Okay. You think that would be a violation of what you would consider to be a sensible human right for people to have? Is that a fair way to say it? Okay. Yes. Thank you. North Korea does that.
But here's the thing. Do you have actual viable proof that they have jailed somebody for what their parents or somebody in their
every time I try to show, you brought me Amnesty International as your source when you joined the call 2 hours ago.
That was a whole different conversation.
Right. So the source that I used was Amnesty. The source that you used was Amnesty International. So I said, I know a source that this caller trusts. He trusts Amnesty International. So I found Amnesty International talking about these human rights violations, including but not limited to the one that we just described, punishing family members for the things that a person does. And now you've agreed with me that that's a bad thing to do, which was fucking pulling teeth for some reason. I think it's because you're a fascist, even though you're a fascist labeling yourself as a communist. We also have seen examples of that in the 20th century.
By who?
Oh God, I'm not going to let us get fucking sidetracked on that. So why is Amnesty International not a good source, given that you brought me in Amnesty International as your source on Ukraine and Russia, which is what we started the conversation on?
So Amnesty International, it's a source for you to see what people think is happening, what people say is happening. But the thing about Amnesty International is that they usually go on the ground, right?
Why was it an appropriate source for Ukraine, but not for why was it an appropriate source for Russia and Ukraine, but not for North Korea? That's the
because
question.
they were able to go on the ground in Russia and Ukraine. They're not able to go on the ground in North Korea.
They were able
don't
to go on the
actually-
ground. Did it say that in the article that we looked at, or did you just assume that?
That's what Amnesty International does. They go on the ground.
Much of the information that we have about North Korea's treatment, particularly like stuff that happened more than 5 or 10 years ago, because the internet's gotten a little too omnipresent for stuff to just not slip out about North Korea, which is why they've changed some of their tactics. But a lot of it is because of documentary crews sneaking into the country. There was actually a doctor who went to North Korea, traveled to North Korea to do a bunch of cataract surgeries. They did like 1,000 cataract surgeries in 2 days or something, because North Korea didn't have hospitals to treat cataracts, which causes blindness in a lot of people. But it's totally treatable. You can like put in you can cut out somebody's cornea and then like put in like a synthetic one, and that regains the ability for those people to see, which is fantastic. So the documentary crew that was working with the doctors used it as an opportunity to sneak some cameras into North Korea and see the sort of stuff that's going on. It's like that's the sort of work that people are doing to expose what's going on in North Korea. That's the sort of thing that people are risking their lives to do. The people who bring in information on flash drives so that North Koreans can watch South Korean TV, even though they risk going to jail for doing it, those people bring information out of North Korea. So the mechanism is different, yes, but no, it's false to say that there aren't people boots on the ground reporting on North Korea. That's wrong.
So
Vice has documentaries on it.
So it wasn't an Amnesty International agent, a worker for Amnesty International that went on North Korea themselves. It was a doctor.
Are you asserting that Amnesty International sent one of their employees to Ukraine, to the eastern region of Ukraine, and that they eyewitnessed these extrajudicial killings in the street that you brought me as evidence at the beginning of this conversation, or are you just making that up?
I would say it's likely that it happened.
So you're just making shit up, assuming it likely. And you're using that to defend Amnesty International for the source that you brought me about Russia and Ukraine, but you're discrediting Amnesty International's very clear and obvious stance on human rights violations in North Korea, which, by the way, I will point out to you, is more clear and direct a stance than the one that they offered on Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, Amnesty International went on the ground in Gaza. They did. We know that. We all know that.
We're not talking about Gaza.
Yes, but I'm saying
We're not talking about Gaza. So we're talking about why you're discrediting Amnesty International's stance on North Korea, but you used Amnesty International as a source at the beginning of the call. I think that you are selectively choosing whether or not you trust a source based on whether or not it backs you up, and I think that you're demonstrating that with every step you take in this conversation.
We have literally pivoted so many times because you are afraid to go over these 14 laws and how they're...
Chat, let me know. Just give me a guest or a host who has done more pivoting.
Host, no voter fraud. All right, so check
no
this
voter
out.
fraud. Jesse, would you get me a cup of coffee, please? I'm out of male tears to drink.
Check this out. So, you haven't gone through you went through two of these laws and you keep trying to stop. Like, I'm trying to figure out how North Korea is communist. I'm trying to get this, like, this is my bottom line question. How are they?
I didn't say North Korea was communist. Yeah,
how are they
fascist.
Yeah, I meant fascist. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we define fascism in different ways. So we were going down Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets, which you don't say is fascism. And my problem with people like you is that you just define fascism in a way that isn't helpful. How would you define fascism?
How would I define fascism? Fascism is when the nobles have all the power, and it's based on a very
nobles. Who are the nobles?
Who are the nobles?
I mean, what does that mean?
What you would
if it was like 1600, I'd be like, I think I might know who the nobles are. They're the guy who wear the robes. But like, what do you mean nobles?
Somebody that you would consider an oligarch, right?
I mean, are you asking me? This is your definition. I'm asking what you mean when you say the word nobles.
Yeah. Okay, you can say oligarch or whatever you want to say. Rich people, right? It's when they have a system based on a totalitarian leadership where the nobles have all the power, and it's also, they say it's based on merit, but it's not based on merit. It's based on it's based on a prejudiced outlook of certain groups of people and how some are better than others.
I just feel like that's a very broad description of a lot of problematic types of rule. You're describing oligarchy and autocracy and serfdom, for that matter.
Sounds like fascism, right?
Yeah, I think some of those, we can look at leaders that like ruled those types of systems, and some of them I think meet my definition of fascism, and some of them don't. But again, Yeah, I'm not getting a very clear. It sounds to me like you think any type of government is fascism.
No, how is that any type of
Because
government?
nobles is
Where the
mega
oligarchs-
vague, dude.
Where the okay. We're all right. Where the oligarchs rule the country. That is a predetermining factor in fascism. The oligarchs do not. Rule
right.
in North Korea, and they do not rule in Russia.
You don't think that the leadership in North Korea are wealthy in comparison to the everyday person?
That's not. No.
You don't think that they have control over the means of production?
The Workers' Party of Korea has control over the means of production, and Kim Jong-un is the head of the Workers' Party.
You
of Korea.
think that the people of North Korea have successfully seized the means of production?
It's controlled by the Workers' Party of Korea, which is controlled by Kim Jong-un.
What's his title, Kim Jong-un?
He is he's the great successor. He is the head of the Workers' Party of the Korea, the head of the state
Put
affairs.
it in the chat.
And
what do we call North Korea? He's the what of North Korea? Let me see what the chat thinks about what Kim Jong Un's title is.
He's not in control of the government or the cabinet, so that'd be wrong.
But what he says goes, and you're trying to say that some legal loophole like makes it that's not the case. I don't believe you, dude. I don't believe that you are earnestly telling me that you think life is better in North Korea than in America?
Yes. And before you ask, why don't I just go to live in North Korea? Because I'm patriotic. I want to see my country better by adopting the system of Juche. Yes, I think it's better. They have free houses, free energy, free food. Yes, it's better. Everybody has a job. Everybody has a place to stay. There's no homeless in North Korea like there is in the United States. The veterans aren't homeless in North Korea like they are in the United States. The people have health care, unlike in the United States, where Luigi Mangione had to go and kill somebody because he couldn't get health care. There's no school shootings in North Korea. You don't have some fat orange doofus imposing imperialism on other countries, on sovereign nations.
Sorry, I've just learned I don't need to say anything to make you look bad.
Because I think North Korea is better than the United States. So do you think it's better to live for a North Korean citizen or a Mexican American?
Sorry, what was that question?
You think it's better for a North Korean citizen or a Mexican American in America?
Oh, I still think it's better for the Mexican American in
Really?
North America. Oh yeah.
Although you just said that they can be detained for speaking Spanish.
That's small change against what North Korea is up to. Yeah. I'm worried that the United States is going to become more like North Korea, and it's more the United States is more like North Korea for a Mexican person than for somebody like me because of things like Kavanaugh stops, Supreme Court ruling that they can be detained because of the color of their skin or the accent with which they speak English. So the fact that there are classes of individual for whom the United States is closer to that type of rule, that doesn't mean that the United States is the same or worse as that place where it's like that for fucking everybody.
All right, so true or false, is North Korea going through an economic boom right now?
Relative to their history, yes, but that's a low bar.
True or false, the average American doesn't have $500 in his savings account.
True, 60% of this country are paycheck to paycheck. Tabby, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Sigh, that is not fascism. An oligarchy can have a dictator and be a fascist, but fascism would literally dissolve an oligarchy. They don't care if you're rich or poor. They care if you think differently. Yeah, I agree with Tavi's assessment there. And I am going to take a moment to read the other donations. Jammer sent $5 to say classes in session. That's why I donate. It's fun to learn a thing or two about a thing or two. Also, Mayor Jessie Fun. Yep, she's running for mayor of Minnesota. Very excited to see her take the office, even though I don't know where the office is. Caller thinks mafia-style punishments are good. Thank you for the $2. 24 hours in the life. Thank you, Proletariat, for the buck. $2. You said, to be a massive nerd, the conversation counts as at least 8d6 psychic damage. Nerds, roll it. Funny. And Hyatt sent $2 to say, we are not the keepers of our family members. You cannot make family members pay because one of your family members isn't responsible. Maybe I should have taken that allergy pill, Jesse. Again, maybe it is allergies. Yeah.
All right, so you know there's economic turmoil in the United States in America, and the DPRK, the citizens, they have free housing, they have free healthcare, they have food, they have water, they have all this stuff.
Are you familiar with Human Development Index?
Yes, man. Come on, that's baloney.
Yeah, you guys call it baloney, but like I talk a lot about HDI on the show. I think it's one of the better metrics that like makes it easy. Like it's so apples to oranges comparing different countries, but like my reasoning does have to do with what's backed up in the HDI because the United States is still tied for 17th. Let's find North Korea. Oh yeah, the Human Development Index is not calculated for 2 UN member states, Monaco and North Korea. Only some components of the index are calculated for these 2 countries. Yeah, it's not available for North Korea because they're so closed off. How funny. I think that's problematic. I wish I knew what their HDI was, but they won't let us look. Why are you okay?
Your capitalistic measurements as to what makes a good country isn't available in North Korea.
Did you know that the Human Development Index ignores money?
It does.
Yeah, because they recognize that you can't eat money. You need quite a lot of money to sleep on a pile of it, like Walter White in Breaking Bad. Okay, that's not usually what people use money for. So they measure things like quality of life. So
yes,
looks like they don't show up on my list of HDI. Why are you so convinced that quality of life is good there?
Quality of life is literally determined by money. So I don't know why you tried to separate that.
That's capitalistic thinking. You fascist. The reason HDI ignores money is because if you achieve good quality of life without money, it would hurt the HDI score. So, for example, a communist society would rank poorly on wealth of people if we were to measure money in the HDI. So they don't. They just look at the outcomes. That makes it possible for there to be a system that is respected by this list that doesn't have anything to do with capitalism. You're wrong about that. You're calling this capitalism, and you're calling this a capitalistic list, and it literally ignores money.
I'm sorry that you don't want to listen. Okay.
I listened to what you said and responded to it. Why did you call HDI a capitalist measure when it ignores money?
Okay. You realize that imperialism...
That was a question.
Brother, because it literally involves money, and I'm trying to explain to you why it does.
HDI does?
Yes. Quality of life involves money, and that's not a capitalist...
Yes, it involves money, but you could have good quality of life without money. That's a logical possibility. And the people who measure this, the people who measure societal well-being to come up with an HDI score recognize that money is a middleman when it comes to getting that better quality of life. So they don't look at the middleman. They actually just look at the end result.
Okay. Isn't crime a big part of HDI?
Yeah.
And what causes crime?
All sorts of things. Depends on the type of crime.
Crime is, for the most part, induced by socio-economic factors. You can't even argue that.
You can find ways that money is tied up in the crime rate in these countries, but instead of trying to measure the money, because the money itself doesn't matter, they just measure the crimes.
Okay, so yeah, crimes are caused by money. They measure the crimes.
As somebody in the chat has pointed out, a person who doesn't have money might not have access to necessary resources like food, and that might cause them to rob the local convenience store.
Yes.
But the thing that's causing them to commit a crime isn't because they don't have money. They're not after money. They're after paying their rent. They're after buying food. They're after buying baby formula for their children. So if we supplied people with housing or food or baby formula, then the money could be taken out of the equation, which is why the HDI doesn't look at that. Honestly, it seems like I'm more of a communist than you are, which is quite funny.
You're not. You haven't told me a single thing that the HDI encircles.
Accessibility to education, both like broadly on average, but also equity there.
That has to do with money.
No, it's just whether or not they're educating, say, for example, women. Like it hurts your HDI score if you don't allow women to go to universities because there's still countries that do that. I could just keep. You want me to keep listing things?
Why are you trying to act like proper funding isn't needed for a better education?
The things that make your HDI score go higher in a capitalistic society cost money, but there are other ways to achieve those things. And because there are other ways to achieve those things, the people who measure HDI don't look at money. They just look at whether or not you're achieving those things. If you had a communist society, your utopia, you would want it to rank highly, even though money wouldn't be a big factor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the HDI is designed so that if a communist nation comes along and has good quality of life and good societal well-being, it would still rank very highly on HDI, even if it didn't have money at all.
And why do you think? Here we go. Now you're back into this corner. Thank you. Why do you think that these non-capitalistic countries have such a low HDI?
Well, it's not that the non-capitalistic countries do poorly on HDI. It's that North Korea, I was expecting it to be low because of what I know about North Korea, but they just can't even calculate it for North Korea, which isn't a good sign. What corner am I in?
And you know what I'm trying to get to, but you just like refuse. You're trying to refuse it. But look, you're trying to run from it.
Are you trying to say that HDI is not a good measure of what life is like because the capitalist countries are near the top?
No, I'm trying to say HDI is not a good measure of what life is like because the countries that are near the top usually impose imperialism on the countries that are near the bottom, such as North Korea. That's why they have such low HDI, because of years of brutal imperialism.
That's a fair criticism of something that isn't included in HDI. That'd be an interesting conversation if it was relevant to the original concern, which is quality of life in these places.
Brother, you can't have a good... Okay, so do you think the quality of life in Ukraine is good right now? Yes or no?
In Ukraine?
Yes.
No.
Why?
Because there's a ground invasion of their country happening.
Okay, thank you. All right, so look, check this out. North Korea has had decades of imperialism from Japan, from the United States, from other Western liberal countries, right?
They've had a ceasefire since before most Koreans, North and South, were born. I think that you know that that's different than an active ground invasion of Ukraine.
Ceasefire, it doesn't matter because it's for one, they're still in war. Ceasefire.
No, I don't accept your comparison. People in Ukraine are worried about stepping on landmines walking down the street, and people in South Korea and North Korea are not. It's not a fair comparison at all.
Brother, the imperialism is still there. What are you talking about?
The imperialism is still there.
Yes,
it's just yes. The DPRK was the claim. Was I will remind everybody. I will remind everybody that the claim we're investigating is that the caller thinks that quality of life is better in North Korea for the average person than it is in the United States. I still want evidence for that claim.
Yes, okay. The imperialism is still there. In the 80s,
the claim was that the quality of life in North Korea is better for the average person than in the United States. I tried to look up their HDI. They don't even calculate it for North Korea because North Korea hides so much
fake stuff, man.
That's fake stuff. What does that mean?
I'm trying to explain to you. Like,
I'm sorry.
Show me one country.
When you say it's fake stuff, I just got to understand, true or false. It's better to live in these countries, or it's worse to live in these countries than in these countries up here.
It depends on the specific country, man.
No. Here's what we're going to do. We've got the top 20 on the screen. Norway, Switzerland, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Australia, Hong Kong, Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, Finland, Singapore, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Canada, Liechtenstein, New Zealand, United States, or South Korea, funny enough. I want you to remember that list. Don't memorize it, but just I know you're not gonna fucking memorize it, but I'm just saying, just consider those places. All right, South Sudan, Somalia, Central African Republic, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burundi, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, Yemen, Madagascar, Mozambique, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Guinea, Eritrea, Liberia, Sudan, and Djibouti. I want you to notice if you got to choose which of these countries, which of those two groups you were to be teleported to start a new life.
Obviously the first group, but that means nothing. You literally just named
that means something. That means something very serious about.
Brother, you just named a bunch of African countries who were getting robbed for their resources for decades by Europe.
But the claim, and I can lament that imperialism is part of the reason why a lot of these countries are so fucked up in the way that they are. It is unsurprising to me that it is the nations in Africa who have been robbed of their resources by imperialists. It's unsurprising to me that it's the nations in the Middle East where borders drawn by British people 100 years ago are still being respected instead of the actual tribal and cultural lines that exist in mountainous, geographically divided countries such as Afghanistan that I'm pretty sure, was on the list I just read to you. I can recognize that, but all of that is a pivot away from the question, is quality of life better in North Korea than in the United States, because you claimed it was.
Okay, brother.
the HDI is not what I would use to say who has a better quality of life. That's what.
But if I told you you had to live in a country from the top half of the list to the bottom half of the list, you recognize you would definitely want to live in a country that's in the top half of the list if you didn't get to choose which one, if it was just random.
Yeah, but it also doesn't mean anything because I'd rather live in the United States.
It means something very greatly if you answer that question that way. You can't just say, yes, I would respect that the top half of the list is obviously a better shot at a happy life than the bottom half of the list, and then tell me in the next sentence, the next breath, that it means nothing. No, it means that you'd rather live in the top half of the list than the bottom half.
All right,
that's what it means.
Australia was above the United States, right? But I'd rather live in the United States than Australia. Your HDI doesn't include those fucking fat ass spiders that they got to deal with every fucking year.
So you're afraid of spiders, and let's see, where's Australia? Australia has there's a lot of countries where the HDI is just like really high. You're comparing a country that has a 0.958 HDI with a country that has a 0.938 HDI. We're talking about a difference of 0.07%.
Okay, so now it matters the percent and
they're close neighbors on the spectrum. It's not very different living in Australia than in the United States in terms of quality of life.
Where's Russia on your list? I'd rather live in Russia than any of those top countries that you named.
Russia is 64th.
I'd rather live in Russia than
0.83.
I'd rather live in Russia than a majority of those countries that are probably above it.
How old are you?
23.
You want to go get drone bombed in Ukraine? That's what's going to happen if you lived in Russia.
There's no forced conscription in Russia. That's Ukraine you're thinking of. Ukraine is the one that pulls up in a black vans, pulling innocent men off the streets from their wives that are screaming, begging, crying for them not to go into the meat grinder, Zelensky's meat grinder.
Okay, yeah, I might give you the point on that one, sure. But life is still shitty in Russia, dude. Like,
well, okay, look, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Life is still. You're gonna run. I know you've been on a long time.
I'm not trying to run. I just don't want to take all your time up. Look, I've been.
Dude. This is the you episode. We got an hour and a half. I'm so fine. Like, you keep saying that I'm running or that I'm trying to get out of the corner, but like, I'm chilling. I'm talking about this stuff with you. Bro, you haven't proven to me why. Like you are convinced that quality of life for the average person in North Korea is better than in the United States. What has convinced you of that? Show it to me.
Okay. Why? All right. So why is Luigi?
I'm a curious person. I'm a curious person. I'd like to know if quality of life is better in North Korea than in the United States. What do you recommend I Google? I don't use AI, but what do you recommend I Google?
How bad? How poor people are in America?
How bad?
How
poor? No, yeah.
Look at you. Like, come on.
Right.
Serious,
so give me a Google search term. How do I research whether quality of life? I'm seriously asking you to defend your claim. Do you want to use a different search engine than Google? That's fine.
Okay. You can look up how many Americans die because they don't have access to free healthcare.
Lots. Would that tell me if quality of life on average is better in the United States than in North Korea?
Yeah, people have free healthcare in North Korea. Yes.
That's one thing.
Okay. How many Americans are homeless? How many American veterans are homeless?
Yeah, we could imprison all the homeless people and that would make the problem go away. I think North Korea has done something like that. So these are individual things.
No, they don't imprison homeless people. They put them in houses.
How do you know that?
Because Kim Jong... Okay, so there's a thing that your liberal Western mind isn't used to. It's called a 5-year plan. That's what Kim Jong-un has implemented. They have built houses.
I'm just going to point out the ad hominem for everybody. I'm asking him to show me how I can research that he's right about quality of life being better in North Korea than in the United States. And he's saying that my weak liberal mind can't understand it. You can't even tell me what to type in, dude.
Do you want to look up Kim Jong-un's 5-year plan?
Kim Jong-un's 5-year plan.
And how it helps the people of the DPRK?
Okay. What do you want me to look at? I'm guessing that this recent article from August 4th, 2026 is what you've read recently.
You can look at it. I haven't read that article. You can look. We can read it together.
Okay. 38north.org. I've never heard of them. Who are they?
I don't know.
All right. So when I haven't heard of the source, I always first thing I do is what was it? North 38. I already forgot it. 38 North. I like to just go to 38 North. And then I'm going to type in wiki because there's a couple things that this does for me. A reputable source should have a Wikipedia article, regardless of what it says. And then it'll also tell you who owns it or if it's a 501c3 or whatever. Let's see. Analysis on North Korea. North Korea's website devoted to analysis about North Korea. The name refers to the 30th parallel, which passes through the North Korean peninsula from 1945 until the start of the Korean War in 1950 and divided the peninsula into North Korea and South Korea. Let's see. Satellite imagery analysis. Owner, the Stimson Center. There we go. Stimson Center. The Stimson Center is a non-profit, nonpartisan U.S. think tank that analyzes issues related to global peace. It is named after the American lawyer and politician Henry Stimson. Never heard of this guy. When did he live? He lived in 1867 to 1950. Ooh, lived a long time. Was an American statesman, lawyer, and politician. Over his long career, he emerged as a leading figure in U.S. foreign policy by serving Republican and Democratic administrations. He served as Secretary of War from 1911 to 1913 under Howard. Okay, that seems like a good namesake. Stinson's received MacArthur Award. Actually, see, here we go. I actually really trust the MacArthur Foundation, so the fact that they received a MacArthur Award for their work suggests to me that this is probably a good source. 501c3 doesn't weigh as heavily as I'd like for it to. I wish I could trust every 501c3, but I can't. But that's also just kind of generally a point in their favor. But not as strong a one. So okay, I'll trust this source. Unless we run into something else. But I got my fact checkers watching. They'll start screaming at me in the chat if I got something wrong. All right, from recovery to development, North Korea's new 5-year economic plan. This was published August 4th, 2026, just a few weeks ago. According to South Korea's Bank of Korea, North Korea's gross domestic product, GDP, grew 3.5% in 2025, recording a third consecutive year of growth since 2023. The bank attributed this upward trajectory to expanded economic cooperation with Russia, a boost in trade with China, and national economic projects. Though less optimistic, the Bank of Korea's assessment broadly aligns with Pyongyang's own triumphant portrayal of the last 5 years as a period of significant economic progress. We actually discussed this earlier in this call on this episode today, that they've had some recent economic progress, but I said that the bar was so low, I'm just not very impressed. And that doesn't tell me how good quality of life is for a person there. Is there something about this 5-year plan in particular that you wanted to look at?
I don't know how you can conclude from that the quality of life isn't.
North Korea has existed in economic exile from the world for decades. They've relented on that, and they've started trading more with Russia and China, some of their trading partners. They've started to undo some of the damage that they've had from being isolated for so many decades. No, that's not this article. The idea that they have an economic boom against a background of a lifetime of economic isolation is not evidence to me that quality of life for the average person is better in North Korea than it is in the United States.
I don't know. That's literally a non-tangible way to prove that point, unless you use like stupid sources like the HDI.
I could tell you that South Sudan has had some economic projects that are like better in the last 5 years. Oh, look at this. There like lots of new people are starting like, small businesses, and there's like better GDP or something like that. Would that prove to you, if that was the case, that South Sudan is a better place to live than the United States? Because the question is North Korea a better place to live than the United States?
No, it wouldn't prove. But I told you like, okay, everything I told you said, oh, that's just one thing. That's just one thing. And it's like, bro, like how many one things do I have to give to you to prove that people would rather live in a DPRK than in America?
I'm critical of both governments, the United States government and the North Korean government. If I lived there, I'd be in prison for it, as would my family members. But I live here, so I'm not for now. That's better.
Okay. So,
like, if you want to just go clap for clap, I'm just like not understanding how you became so thoroughly convinced that it's like all fucking sunshine and daisies in the pariah state.
That wouldn't even be a good argument to have, because, well, for one, we already know that the United States has political prisoners, and I know you're not defending the United States, right? But the thing is that the United States is very different from North Korea. North Korea itself has been a country for 80 years. The United States has been one for 275, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't compare. Yeah, 250. Yeah, sorry. So you can't compare.
Dude, honestly, I'm just like, normally when if somebody told me that a country was 275 years old and I was like, oh, it's actually like 251 or something like that, like I'd be like, oh yeah, like that's like in the ballpark enough that you got it right. But given that the Freedom 250 celebration was like this summer for this 4th of July,
I don't care about America.
Right.
why don't you, like, you should follow it if you got big feelings about the United States, but you're like not even keeping up, not paying attention.
Yeah, because I only care about United States geopolitically. I don't care about domestic politics, man.
That's fucking clear,
crap.
and that's one of my biggest problems with the leftists is that they don't offer an analysis that suggests that the Democrats are actually the same as the Republicans on the global stage.
Yes,
you
guys are. Hillary Clinton literally came out and said that she agrees with what Trump is doing in Iran. You can look that up.
We found what's going to make the caller raise his voice. Yeah, so you're not able to present to me a good argument that shows that Democrats and Republicans are equal, but you assert that on the global stage, and you're not even willing to consider the question of who's worse here, when I think it really matters who's worse here, because I think that if the Republicans maintain control of the legislative branch after the midterms, they are going to start jailing more political prisoners, and that I think would be a problem that people like you and me would both run into, and I just don't think that the Democrats would do that, which is why I think that domestic policy is really important if you're trying to get reform in terms of the way that the United States behaves on the global stage. I think ignoring what's going on here is really foolhardy, like really, really short-sighted.
Okay. So you just said that the Democrats and Republicans don't agree with each other on a global stage, which is absolutely ludicrous.
I just said that they aren't. What I specifically said is that they aren't equal.
How? The only difference. Wait.
Okay,
before you
hold on. No, dude. When you say how? If I showed you two shipping container ships, right? Big boats with like thousands of shipping containers on them. Can you picture that?
Yes.
And I told you that they weighed the same to within a gram. Would you believe me?
I mean, I would have to take your word for it. I can't measure them.
Right. So you're saying that the United States, the greatest military force on the planet, under the rule of these two parties, are the same. You're saying you're asserting that these two shipping containers
on a global stage.
You're looking at it. You're looking at them, and you're going, "Yep, those two shipping container ships must weigh exactly the same." And I'm like, "Dude, that's fucking crazy. We need to talk about what's in the shipping containers. We need to talk about exactly what the makeup is, how much fuel's on board. Like we could maybe like put them in a lock and like measure the water displacement. Like that would give us a weight. Like there's like ways we can look at that." And you're like, "Nope, they're identical."
But the thing is that there's no way you can tell me that the Republicans and Democrats aren't identical on the global stage. There's just no way. You have no.
I don't think that Kamala Harris would have started the war in Iran.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So you don't think Kamala Harris is controlled by Israel the same way Donald Trump is?
I don't think that she would suckle the taint of Israel quite so conspicuously. No.
Did she not say that Iran was our greatest enemy?
She may have said that.
Okay, so
that doesn't mean that she would be. That doesn't mean that she would take the same steps that Trump would take. Like that's just not what that. It's not a reasonable conclusion.
And
here's a good question from the chat. Do you think that she would have gotten rid of the JCPOA? Trump did that in his first term, so it's not a direct comparison. But do you think that?
No. I don't think so. I don't think she would have.
Actually, I think it's a pretty fair demonstration of the fact that like Republicans and Democrats aren't the same on the global stage, that a Democrat created the JCPOA, which really greatly affected our foreign influence, and then Trump, a Republican, threw it away. I don't think those two things are the same. You think those are the same party? You think they're doing the same thing?
Okay, here's the thing. War is war. Kamala Harris met up with Zelensky on February 19th,
I want you to answer to what I just... I want you to answer to what I just said. How is the Democrats creating the JCPOA and the Republicans throwing it out not a demonstration that Democrats and Republicans don't behave the same way on the global stage?
Brother, that's literally one simple thing. Like you said earlier, that's one thing.
It only takes one difference to make two things different from each other. Your claim is that they're exactly the same. You even liked my shipping container ship analogy where I said that they weighed the same, which would be a pretty like harebrained thing to reckon standing from the shore side. How is that not a good counterexample that demonstrates that when it comes to big issues like Iran, the Democrats and the Republicans are not the same?
Because it doesn't matter the specific country. Like the Democrats will still go to war with other countries. We've seen it happen. They do it. just like the Republicans.
I never said that the Democrats were good on the world stage. I said they're not the same as the Republicans. I think the Republicans are worse, and you're arguing they're identical, and you're not answering to some pretty conspicuous ways in which they're different, like that the Democrats supported the JCPOA.
Okay.
I'm willing to say the Democrats broadly, because when Joe Biden took power in his only term, one of the first things he did was ask Iran to reopen negotiations for the JCPOA, which they didn't want to do.
Yeah, because they know he's just BSing. Just okay, look.
Right, but
cool, the
but again,
JCPOA, yes,
you can
JCPOA,
tell me the reasoning.
Trump.
You can tell me the reasoning for Iran responding in that way, but that sidesteps the question, which is that the Democrats were trying to do one approach and the Republicans were trying to do a very different approach, and that very different approach has resulted in a school being bombed, which I don't think would have happened. I don't think that school would have been bombed if the Democrats were in control.
Brother, Trump is literally a doofus. Like, he's an idiot. He's an ignoramus. He knows nothing about foreign international politics.
Do you think that Kamala Harris is a doofus?
Yes.
You think that she's a doofus and ignoramus who doesn't understand anything about foreign politics?
Yes. Just like Trump, yes. Look, it wasn't even Trump. It wasn't Trump's idea to rip up the JCPOA.
She's like literally a lawyer. She was DA. She's like, yeah. Again, if you say that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are equally incompetent, that's nonsense.
Foreign politics, being a DA means so being a DA means that you're good for foreign politics. Automatically know what you're talking about.
No, you keep going to good, and I'm not saying that the Democrats are good. I never said that. I keep getting accused by leftists of being a person who believes that.
You said that,
but I don't. But how can you tell me that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same on the global stage when they behave so differently on the global stage?
They don't. They both incite war. They both cause war. The Democrats were the ones that caused the war.
Okay, here. If you looked at a 600-pound person and you looked at me and I said that we eat different things and you said, yeah, but you both eat food, would that be a fair comparison of our diets?
No.
Okay, so when you say that they both do war, I'm sitting here saying that the wars that they interact with and the ways in which they interact with them are different in a way that we can look at and to some degree weigh. And you're just saying, nope, war is war, bad is bad. Brother. I don't like either, therefore they're the same. This is fundamentally my disagreement with the people farther left than me.
Yes.
If you think that the Republicans and the Democrats are the same, that's fucking nonsense. And I'm sitting here listing some pretty conspicuous differences between them, and you're sitting here and acting like I'm stupid for seeing them and saying war is war. War is not war. If you lived in a war-torn country, you would care how many bombs were falling.
Brother, okay, I see what you're saying. Trust me, I get what you're saying. Obviously, what Israel is doing to Gaza is worse than what Ukraine was doing to the Russians, right?
Yeah.
But
I can agree with that.
However, when it comes to, like you said, bombs literally falling on women and children, I don't care how many it is. I don't care how it's been done.
I'm sorry. 100 innocent children murdered or 1,000. Which is better, or are they the same?
It's innocent children dying. Why would I have to put a label on which is better or worse?
Here's what I figured it out, everybody. It took me 6 months. I have figured it out. Leftists are people who don't throw the switch in the trolley problem.
Don't throw the switch in the trolley problem.
Train is careening down the tracks towards a worker on the tracks. You see, oh no, or it's 5 workers. You say, oh no, the train is going to hit 5 workers. I better throw this switch to put the train on the other tracks. The other tracks has 1 worker on it, and you're saying that because it's both death and destruction, it's both. But in both cases, a family has to be told a loved one got killed at work that day. You are unwilling to throw the switch and put the trolley on the tracks that kills 1 person. You're calling these 2 tracks the same, and I'm saying that the Democrats are maybe the better vote, the lesser of 2 evils. And you're telling me that you don't care how many children die. It's bad if children die, therefore they're the same, and you shouldn't vote. Throwing the switch is voting.
That's the problem with the Democrats. Instead of moving the trolley, how about you try to rescue the people from off of the train?
Because that's not an option available to you. And if you sit here, do you think you have time to build a 3rd set of tracks before these people in the example die?
Okay, the option that is available to the Democrats is to make peace instead of inciting war. That's the option to the Democrats. They don't have to kill. They don't. No, for the Democrats, there is a 3rd track.
Look, the trolley problem is this thought experiment that gives you options A and B. B, you don't defeat it by saying that you would come up with a better option, C. That's not how it fucking works, and that's not what's going to be on the ballot in November.
Yeah,
you just told me that if you find out that children die in a war, you don't care how many.
Here's the thing, what I'm trying to tell you is that
you just told me that you don't care how many children die. You only care that children die.
I mean, yes, I don't want children to die, man. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get
so
what you're...
are you going to recant what you just said about not caring how many die?
No, I don't care about how many die. I don't want children to die, period. Look, okay, here's the thing. That train dilemma doesn't work.
But if children are going to die and you get to choose between more and less, which should you choose?
Okay, yes. Obviously, less is better, yes.
Okay,
Here's
and I think fundamentally your argument is what you're like to steel man you, because I'm not trying to totally straw man you with the trolley problem. I think that your perspective is that it's the same number of workers on each track, right?
No,
when you say that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same, you're saying that it's 5 workers there versus 5 workers here. It doesn't matter if I vote.
I'm saying we're not we as the voters aren't the ones with the trolley. The Democrats are the ones controlling the trolley. They have 3.
No. That's not what the analogy is.
How? Wait, it's just an analogy. You just
no. You, the voter, are the one throwing the switch. This is the Democrats. This is the Republicans in my analogy. You don't get to start twisting it around and saying like it's Bernie Sanders driving the train, AOC is shoveling coal into the boiler. Like no. That's not what the example is. The train is the inexorable passage of time as November careens towards us, and the switch is your vote.
But Dad, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to act like we're the ones with the switch. We aren't. We are not. The Democrats are the one with the switch. Let's say, okay.
But if people, no, I'm sorry. Do you doubt that it's the people throwing the switch that determines who wins the election? Do you not think that it is the will of the average person that results in either Democratic or Republican control? Bro. There's things that influence that. They lie to us on social media. There's propaganda. There's all sorts of things that make the elections feel unfair to somebody like me that has such a top-down view of it. But at the end of the day, the trolley would go the other direction if enough people voted for it too, right?
United, brother.
Yes or no? The trolley would go the other. Okay, so you just don't even trust the election system? Is that your reason for not voting?
Bro, no, you're not. But here's the thing: you are incapable of attempting to understand and listen. Can you please?
We're trying so hard to understand your perspective,
all right,
dude.
Can we please look back at the trolley picture and let me just explain to this without you like interrupting, please? I'm begging. The Democrats are the guys with the switch. The five people on the tracks.
No. Because if the Democrats were the people with the switch, they would throw it and make themselves in charge. That's not what's happening. Donald Trump is the president, you idiot.
Bro,
if the Democrats have the switch, why is Trump the president?
Why are you not? You're not attempting. Like, you won't let me finish. Like, you're
because the first thing you said about this analogy makes no fucking sense to me at all. If the Democrats have the switch, why is Trump president?
Bro, okay, can you listen? Can you please let me finish?
I will listen carefully while you answer.
That has nothing to do with what I'm trying to get to at all. Let's say for the sake of the argument, the Democrats are the one with the switch. The 5 people that are laying down on the tracks, that's the option that they could take, which is the option that the Republicans have been taking, right? And the option in the track with the one guy on the tracks, that's the option that the Democrats have been taking, right? What you're saying is that there's only those 2 options. The Democrats, the guy who controls the switch, does have a third rail where nobody has to get hurt, but they refuse to take it.
In November, when you're voting, are most people going to have a viable third option for a senator or for a representative, or is it most likely going to be between a red seat and a blue seat?
Yeah, red seat and blue seat for senator.
Okay, obviously. And I'm talking about November. I'm using this as an analogy for November, and I'm saying that I feel like it's a fair analogy to say that the tracks with the one person on them is voting blue, and then this is voting red in November in 2026, not generally, not forever, not historically, just right now in this election with what's going on with Trump. And you're trying to say that the Democrats are steering the fucking train?
I just found it interesting how you just said the midterms and not the general election. Like, why is it got to be
Okay, so what about
because
the
I
general
don't
election?
because I no I just put that little asterisk on there because I don't subscribe to like blue no matter who, because I don't like the Democrats. I want to get to a place where I don't have to vote for those assholes. So I just whenever I say that it's important, I think it's important to vote for Democrats this November in 2026. Thank you for the water buffalo too, and for the Prairie Cooper Court. Appreciate you very much. When it comes to this election, I'm just making sure that the people listening don't go and accuse me of being one of those blue no matter who people, because I used to say blue no matter who. I thought it was obvious to people that I meant right now, and that my opinion could change. Okay. But yeah, so I'm just more careful about how I say these things, because I sit for 4 hours every single day and say these things to right now like 1,200 people, and I just try to speak in a way that makes sure that nobody gets the wrong idea about me. That's all I was doing.
Okay, all right. So in a general election, you would vote third party. You would do that, yes or no?
If there was ranked choice voting, yeah. But because there isn't ranked choice voting and the third party candidate isn't going to win, I'm going to vote for one of the two parties that is going to win. I'm going to vote for the one that's better in the ways that I see in accordance with like this trolley problem. But also one of the things I look at is which party is more likely to create ranked choice voting at different levels of government, and that's also the Democrats.
And there you go. That's the problem. You said if they have a choice of winning, when everybody takes that stance like you, and you have a big following, you have influence, you're here telling your followers, oh well, look, they have no chance of winning, so let's not even vote for them anyway. That's why they don't win.
Well, I want them to win, and I think that I have a pragmatic approach to get those third party candidates to win sooner, and I don't think that you do. I think, ironically, I think I'm doing more. I think I'm doing. What do you mean how?
How do you want the third party candidates to win? By choice ranked voting?
Do you know what ranked choice voting is?
Yes, it's where
describe for my. Yeah, go ahead. Describe it for the audience.
You have all the candidates that are running, and you literally rank in which order that you want them to be voted in. Like if mm-hmm. let's say I vote for one, but more people vote for two, and I also put two as my second one, then that guy would win.
That's not how ranked choice voting works. You don't understand.
Wait.
I think you misunderstand ranked choice voting.
How did I misunderstand it, or did you just misunderstand what I just said?
It's because it's that you said that like somebody would put their second choice as like the other main candidate, and really what it is that people would be able to put their first choice as a third party that is unlikely to win in that first round of voting, and if that person gets disqualified, then you can say, all right, I know my guy's probably not going to win, so if he's not the winner, I do want my vote to go to this of the other two main parties. So when people have to decide between their vote really counting, because one of the two primary parties, one of the two main parties are going to win, they don't, that's a deterrence from people voting for a third party. Ranked choice voting allows people to vote for that third party knowing that their vote will actually go to one of the two main parties that's more likely to win. And because people don't have to decide to throw away their vote to support a third party candidate, ranked choice voting allows for people to do both. So you can vote third party and still throw your switch in the trolley problem between the lesser of two evils that are likely to win the election. You didn't talk about third parties. You talked about the two main parties and suggested a situation. You proposed me like making Kamala Harris my first choice and Trump my second choice, and that's not
obviously third party would be insinuated in what I'm trying to say. I was literally thinking about three parties in my head. Obviously that would be insinuated.
Okay, maybe you did understand it. Maybe you did understand it, but you failed to explain it properly. So I explained it properly for the audience.
Here's the thing. You're not treating me like an equal. I said that you're smart. I think you're smart. You think I'm a low IQ dummy. And that's the thing.
I started the call treating us as equals. I've gotten to know you now, so I'm not going to treat us as equals.
Really? So you wouldn't shake my hand if we saw each other in public?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, look, man, I don't think you're evil. I don't think you're a bad guy. I just think you just don't understand what is going on around you. And I think it's to your detriment. I'm sorry. Like you haven't been able to prove
I gave a lot of time for you to prove that, and it just didn't work out for you.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. You want me to vote Democrats because you agree that we should provide more funding to Ukraine and all this good stuff, but I'm trying to figure out the reasons
I think that funding Ukraine is good. That's not what I think about. Like, that's not the most important thing for me when I think about November.
And what is the most important thing?
Stopping Trump, stopping MAGA, stopping his cabinet, stopping Project 2025, stopping the Heritage Foundation.
You know what's crazy is I kind of actually agree.
I think that Democrats should get in the House and the Senate to stop Trump from having unilateral power, like wielding crazy amounts of power. However,
Are you going to vote for that?
no, that's not wasting my time. However, I also think that in the reverse, you should have a House and Senate full of Republicans to stop a Democrat from wielding crazy amounts of power, because they also want to go to war.
You're not going to vote for the outcome that you want?
Because it's futile, man. It's futile. Like on the grand stage of
Even
things,
if you
it's
and I
futile.
disagree about what's going to happen next, can you admit that like making sure that the Democrats take the legislative branch back in the midterms would buy us some time to not become political prisoners? That's what I'm worried about.
No, bro, the Democrats do political prisoners too.
Right,
no.
right. But for the most part, you can run a TikTok live where you're highly critical of the incompetent, bumbling rapist Donald Trump and like not go to jail for it. And I'm very worried that we're going to get closer to some end stage fascism stuff here domestically, and it's going to become illegal to do a show like mine. I worry about that in the next few years in American politics. I worry that with control of the legislative branch, Trump is and his cronies, and more broadly Project 2025, like MAGA as a movement, because Trump's like an old fat dude who's going to die any day now. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But you know, it's the support of his movement that's a problem. I consider that a really serious emergency. You do too. You want the Democrats to take some control away from them, but you're unwilling to vote for it, and your answer is because it's futile.
Brother, you still
It substantively matters whether or not we have majorities from Democrats in the House and the Senate in terms of the outcomes for people like you and me who are dissenters in this particular regime. And if we don't want to be treated the way that dissenters are treated in North Korea, which you don't seem to believe for some fucking reason, even though Amnesty International, a source that you brought me, agrees with me that North Korea is bad in that way. If you don't want that sort of thing to start happening at home, then you should be voting Democrat. And my argument for people like you is that if you're more upset about what's going on the global stage, you are going to have less and less influence over what the United States does on the global stage the more that the Republicans are in control. So you should be voting against that.
Okay, so you're a liberal, right? I'm sorry, you don't want to say that you are, but like, let's be honest, you are a liberal.
So leftists call me a liberal because I recognize what I just said. Liberals, because of everything else that I've said in the last 2 hours, call me a leftist.
I don't think you've said any leftist points, but okay, so you realize that Trump is a liberal too, right?
You know, a lot of leftists don't claim people like you. There's a lot of leftists who would say that you're a fascist and not a leftist at all.
I know. Trust me, I get more hate comments from communists than anybody.
Yeah, because you're not helping the cause, comrade. You fucking up big time on that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the reasonable leftists recognize that me and the likes of Dean Withers are doing more for the cause of the leftists than people like yourself.
Dean Withers? Bro, even the people that hate me don't like Dean Withers. Are you serious?
But they recognize that people like me and Dean Withers are doing more for their cause than somebody like you.
If you consider yourself to be like Dean Withers, then yes, you are 100% a liberal. It doesn't matter what anybody calls you.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but Dean's
a little farther right. He's a proper liberal. I agree with that. So I said myself and him to cover our area of the spectrum. I'm not saying that we're the same. That's not a conclusion from what I just said. I just said people like me and Dean Withers. Would you agree that me and Dean Withers have more in common with each other than either of us have in common with you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't saying that I'm the same as him.
Okay, and you guys also realize that you guys have more in common with Trump than you do with any actual leftist.
No. I think that the actual leftists... No, dude, you're fucking flailing. No, dude, the serious leftists who have a plan and like maybe want to like look pragmatically at the next 10, 20 years of American politics, they see that what people like me and Dean Withers are doing is moving the Overton window to the left, which makes positions like far left ones more palatable and open to discussion. And because we're promoting situations where third parties are going to have a chance starting at lower levels of politics, because it's much easier. We've seen great successes in ranked choice voting at lower levels of government. In fact, the highest mayoral office in the land in the United States anyway, that I think is a particular mayoral office that I consider to be a more important seat than most governorships, because New York City has a population that's greater than that of most of the states. I think that Mayor Mamdani is a more important politician in America than most of the governors. He won with ranked choice voting.
So there is no way possible that you can be moving the Overton window to the left if you support the far right battalions in Ukraine. It is not making sense. That does not make sense.
No, that's just wrong, dude. Like I absolutely can move the Overton window to the left and support Ukraine.
The far right battalions in Ukraine, the far right nationalist battalions in Ukraine, which you said nationalism was fascism according to Korea. So
I'm sorry. No. You're steamrolling and you're trying to put some words in my mouth here. I recognize Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets of fascism. Did I say that doing any one of those things makes you a fascist?
Did you say any of those one things make me a fascist?
Makes the general you, not you personally.
I mean, you only went over two of them anyway.
It's a bad, yeah, because you don't recognize the definition, and I'm not willing to look at the other 12 if you're going to tell me that you don't define human rights in a way that is in alignment with the statement that North Korea commits human rights violations. There's no point in discussing it if you think that way. So we didn't proceed. But yeah, you're simplifying. It's a bit of a straw man for you to tell me that because there's human rights violations, I think therefore it's fascist, because that's nonsense. That's not my argument. You know it.
Okay. I mean, either way, Ukraine has 17 far right battalions, political parties. There's political parties, far right political parties, nationalist political parties in Ukraine, all over Ukraine. That's who controls the military. The military is what controls the country. It's not Zelensky, actually. It's the military. And that's what you support.
I just think you're stepping away from like everything else that we were just talking about.
Okay,
but when you call something far right, that doesn't mean shit to me, because like 90 seconds ago you called Trump a liberal. I don't care what you think far right is.
Oh, he literally is. Ever since 1991, the collapse of the USSR, when communism was quote unquote defeated, liberalism became the major determining political ideology in the world, dominated by the United States. Every United States president is a liberal.
See, you just like the leftists like yourself, and I'm not just going to say leftists generally. I'm saying these unreasonable leftists like you. They do this thing where they just redefine all the terms. You just define fascism as something other than what all the historians call it. You just define liberalism in a different way than all the political scientists do, and you assert that you're right about that. You're just like using Philbro tactics to just like throw me a mess of shit where like there's all these common words that people have meaningful understandings about, and you just assert that your definitions of them are right. So I can't talk to you about the political landscape because you just define every term differently. I don't define liberalism in a way that includes Donald Trump's behavior at all. If you do, we mean something very different when we talk about liberals, which is where we started, because you asked me if I was a liberal or a leftist, and I said it's a little messy depending on who you ask. I consider myself a leftist. These days, I think the more conversations I have, I think I'm getting more comfortable just saying that I think that the useful definition for leftist and liberal includes me. But again, I just recognize linguistically that people use these words in different ways. So I always put an asterisk on it and say that the liberals generally consider me a leftist and the leftists generally consider me a liberal. But at the end of the day, neither of those categories match me very well. Oh, Oscar's a liberal. People are going to think that I'm like fucking excited about Kamala Harris and that I thought her and Tim Walz were going to fucking save the world or something like that, which is wrong. Or if I just say that I'm a leftist, people are going to think that I want to like overthrow the government and like completely collapse the system and change it without doing something. Got fucking Jacob Ekman in the chat talking about social democrats. A lot of the people, the Philbros might recognize that I'm something like a social democrat. The political scientists would recognize that in American politics, somebody like me gets called a democratic socialist, even though that means something different to the philosopher, which is also wrong. And then I would point out that the time scale matters, because the time at which I want to achieve some of the societal ideals of the communist or the socialist really makes a difference in terms of whether or not you consider me a social democrat or a democratic socialist, because I want to do it on a time scale that's so long that many of the liberals say that's not revolutionary enough, you aren't a leftist, whereas the liberals point out that because I want those societal ideals to be achieved at some point in the next 100 or 200 years, that makes me not a liberal. So it's complicated, but I understand it.
So do you agree with the quote that democratic socialism is the liberal wing of fascism?
Democratic socialism is the liberal wing of fascism. No,
yes.
No, don't agree.
You don't agree with that quote?
No, don't agree with that quote.
Okay, so I can disagree with historians. I can't disagree with historians, but you can disagree with a world leader.
I don't care who said that. I'm not interested in your argument from authority. I don't co-sign that sentence. I don't care I don't care if fucking Johnny Cash himself said it, because that guy was a piece of shit. Even though I love him, like I don't care who said it. No, I don't co-sign it.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Like you refuse to listen. You refuse to
Who said it? I'm sure everybody's curious. I'm just saying that I don't care who said it.
No. It's cool. So
who said it?
You don't. Okay. Obviously, Stalin said it, right? So
Were you trying to trick me into agreeing with it, or like what was the point of concealing that until after I gave my thoughts on it?
Because Stalin is the greatest world leader of all time, and he correctly explained what democratic socialism is and social democracy, even though they're technically different, they're really the same thing. So you said, okay, so you don't think that Trump is liberal. You think what, he's a fascist?
I think the problem with the left is that you when people say, oh, you guys just call everything fascist that you don't like, that's I think a valid criticism of people like you, but not of people like me.
Okay, so what do you think Trump is then?
I think he's a fascist.
Okay. And didn't I say when I first got into this that liberals and fascists are the same thing? They're both right wing. Right.
I don't define it that way at all. That's silly. I think that liberal refers to that center position all the way up to 80% of the way to the left, and then everything beyond that is farther left than liberal. It's that chunk, left of center, but not far left. That's what I call liberals, and that's 80%? Not what percent. That's an arbitrary number. Because again, this is all very squirrely, and we talked at the beginning about how I don't consider the political spectrum to be that one-dimensional thing, because there's so many different issues that people might feel different on. So I just generally, broadly, just to get the point across to you, I think that people on the political spectrum, if we are to look at that simplified, linear, one-dimensional American political perspective or American political spectrum, I think that liberals are people who are generally found center to left-leaning, but not far left. And Donald Trump is very far right, so he's just in a completely different place on the spectrum than anybody I would call a liberal. He doesn't have policies that I would consider liberal. He doesn't have philosophies that I would consider liberal. He doesn't behave personally, never mind his politics, he doesn't behave personally the way I would consider a liberal person to behave. Liberal people don't want women to be treated the way that Donald Trump treats women. So I can just go after his character and say that he's illiberal in that sense.
So do you want me to tell you something that Donald Trump did do that was liberal, that was also evil?
A person can do a liberal thing once in their life and still be a fascist.
Okay, but
so yeah, whatever it is, you can tell us what your example is, and my audience can judge whether or not that makes it sensible
him going in and illegally kidnapping the rightful president of Venezuela and his wife in their sleep is a liberal action. That is defining what liberalism is right there. And that is
you think that the definition of liberalism is kidnapping foreign world leaders? That's not what I'm saying. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're calling me a liberal. Do you think that I wanted him to do that? You think I'm happy that he did that?
I mean, well, it's liberal action.
My problem with your set of definitions, because definitions are socially constructed, so we could just for the sake of conversation, decide what they should be, is that if we include Trump in liberal, it's not very meaningful to call me a liberal because I'm so different from Trump. Do you see how the label loses value if it just doesn't mean anything?
But that's what I'm saying. You're just like Trump. You're the same as him. You don't want to admit it, but you're literally the same as him. You guys both that's
my entire life is structured around trying to convince people to hate the guy, and you're telling me I'm the same as him?
You're not exactly the same, but you're akin to him. It's okay, some people don't like some communists don't like Kim Jong-un. That doesn't mean that neither one of them are communists or socialists.
Well, right. But that's just because there's a definition for communism that is broader than that. I'm going to read some donations. You got 45 more minutes of this show. You can do whatever you want with it with me. We can keep going on this or something else, but I'm going to read the donations because people have been very patient with you. Sorry, guys. I do like engaging with leftists like this, and I think this is a good episode, and it's my show, so we're going to keep going. DeBlues sent $2 to say Stimson was the Secretary of War under Truman. Good to know. Tavi sent $5 to say, as much as I don't agree with the U.S. government, if you were an informational guide for the DPRK, I will not be visiting. Doesn't sound fun. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun there to me either. Blancs sent $5 to say, yo, let me change your example to make my point. Yeah, he's done that about 25 times. Oh, I heard your example, but if it was actually like this, then I would answer this way. And I'm like, yep, that wasn't the example. Stop adding details to the examples. We're going to make the Democrats the conductor of the train in the trolley problem for some fucking reason. Tavi sent $2 to say, OMG, you're not understanding the thought argument. I think that's when we were talking about the trolley problem, because I haven't been reading the donations very carefully, very quickly. 10,000 Seconds sent $10 to say, I define this guy as a stupid, useless dipshit. I might as well. DeBlues sent $5 to say Kim Jong-un executed 5 senior security officials with anti-aircraft guns and watched as they were vaporized into a red mist. Trump's buddy. Yep. 10,000 Seconds also sent $10 to say, if he thinks Stalin, who likely killed more people than Hitler, is the GOAT, then what's his opinion on Hitler? Yeah, maybe we could learn. I kind of just let it slide that he said that Stalin was the greatest world leader. Again, like, there's just like certain things that are like so obviously problematic that we don't really need to engage with them all that carefully. Where were we with David's donations? Did we read David's $5? He sent $5 earlier. Let's say he said, caller, go and visit North Korea and take some videos on how great it is. Matter of fact, live stream it to us from there. Yeah, good point. Hyatt sent another $1 to say he's 23 and his full frontal lobe isn't fully developed yet. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. I mean, I'd be meaner to him if he was older. He's still coming along. Let's see if he gets a little more reasonable about some of this stuff. Goblin Bag sent $2 to say, this broadcast brought to you by Tankies, ruining political talk with insane nonsensical takes since 2004. Remember, being a Tanky is a great sign your water is chock full of delicious lead. That's good nonsense. Thank you, Goblin Bag. I do enjoy the silly ad read messages. And we got $20 from Bag of Spinach. Love the new studio. Thank you. I will spend that $20 continuing to improve the production value of the show and the projects that we get to work on here at Oskar Quentin Studios, broadcasting live today from Studio B. Anyway, Peter Johnson sent $17 to say, after a grueling 3-minute Google search, Hillary only ever agreed with Trump when he claimed there was planned peace deal, following up her argument with, I really hope this ends the war. So again, I think the caller's willing to be like, oh, Hillary Clinton said that one thing Trump did on one particular day was a good thing. Therefore, he's going to call into my show and say that Hillary Clinton agrees with Donald Trump on the war in Iran, which is just disingenuous. It's just shitty, right? Like, I can say that I agree that with Donald Trump that we should reschedule the M drug, the green stuff that we like to smoke. Can't say it on TikTok. I could say, yeah, it's good that he's doing that. And then somebody could say, can you believe Oskar Quentin agrees with Donald Trump on drug enforcement policy? Can you believe that Oskar agrees with Donald Trump on law and order? No, it's just disingenuous. The fact that like this caller keeps on thinking that like one person doing something good once in their life means that they're necessarily good, even though like their entire life has been bad. It seems disingenuous. I don't think he's actually earnestly trying to understand what's best here. I think that he's convinced that he's smarter than everybody because he has this political perspective, and because that's become such an important part of his identity. He's really averse to actually scrutinizing why he believes the things that he does, which is why we don't make progress looking at sources like Amnesty International, which is a source that he brought me at the beginning of the call to make an argument about Ukraine, but suddenly he discredited it as a liberal source that's just spewing nonsense or isn't good data or whatever, when Amnesty International confirmed that yes, human rights violations are rampant in North Korea and have been for decades. Canadian Vicky sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, fun Canadian knowledge for you. We have a thing here called the Longest Ballot Committee. It's used in protest of the past It's used in protest of first past the post voting. Ballots are flooded with independent candidates, and the longest ballot we've ever had in 2025 for a member of parliament by election. In my province of Alberta, the ballot had 214 candidates. Funny. Didn't know that. Kind of fun fact about a little bit of the protest there. I think that got sent when we were talking about ranked choice voting, probably. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, caller keeps saying brother. Shouldn't he be saying comrade? He says, I've noticed the tick. It's a tell when he says brother. He's stalling. He only does it when I've asked him a difficult question that he doesn't have a quick answer for. Watch. It'll probably happen again by the end of the show. He doesn't control it, I don't think. Key thing about the 14 points is that not one of them individually can tell the tale of fascism separately, but they add up. Please show all 14 points on screen. It's more than the sum of its parts. Jessie, remind me to read the 14 points out loud before we conclude the show today. I would just like to give people who listen to this whole vault in its entirety that thing, but I think we know that's not going to be productive to do with this particular caller on the line. I'm reading these backwards because a bunch of these came in. Let's see. Canadian Vicky also sent a couple bucks to say, just want to say hi. I missed you yesterday, but there was so much chatter in the Discord voice chat yesterday. It went 15 hours. Y'all should join the Discord. Link tree in the bio if you want to get your message read by going to that link tree, finding my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international, which is why Canadian Vicky is sending it on Buy Me a Coffee. But you will also find in that link tree, not the Discord, we'll get to that in a second, you'll find all the other accounts where you can follow me for free to support my show. Let's see, where are we? 9,802 on YouTube, 200 people. I bet there's 200 people listening right now who could do me the favor of just going to YouTube, search Oskar Quentin. You don't even need the link tree in the bio. I bet we could clear 10K by the end of the day. if people were to be so kind. That's up to you. But if you don't want to support me by doing that, and if you don't want to send me money, one of the other links in the link tree in the bio is the Discord. So you can send an application on there, try to convince the mods that you're not going to cause a ruckus on there, and maybe you get to be part of our community that keeps me fact-checked on the air, works on some side projects for me, and as Canadian Vicky alluded to, there's just like some fun community stuff that happens in there. There's almost always a voice chat going with like, half a dozen or a dozen people in it, kind of just like a live like chatter room, and there's all these other stuff like Discord's a really cool space, and I'm really proud of the community that we're building on the Discord. So all that stuff's in the link tree in the bio if you want to help out with the show in any of those ways, or just see what the type of stuff we're cooking on, or watch me when I'm not live. All the episodes get posted to YouTube every single day. So we're like 150 episodes deep on doing this every single day, 120 episodes deep on numbering them. All that's going very well. Collar, how are we spending the last 40 minutes of the show?
So check this out. I'm trying to get you to understand that liberals are literally akin to fascists, right? In the 1940s, or let's go back even in the 1930s, why did Churchill go against Nazi Germany?
In the 40s, why did Churchill go against Nazi Germany?
Yes. Was it because he hated fascism?
It's because they were seeking world domination.
Okay. So did Churchill?
And I do Venmo to somebody who's asking in the chat. Nurse Runner's asking in the chat. Yeah, I do. It's just Oskar Quentin. It's my Venmo. Just at Oskar Quentin. No space, no dash. If you mix up and send it to the one with the dash, it's okay. I do own that account, but you probably won't get your message read on the screen.
Did Churchill hate fascism?
I know he hated the Germans, but I'm not going to fall into the trap of trying to answer I don't know how Churchill would answer that question. I don't know how 80 years ago Churchill defined the word fascism. I'm not interested in like speculating.
See, like this is the thing. Like I feel like but you're just trying to get around it because you know the history. You know that he hated Hitler. He hated the Nazis. He hated the Germans. But did Churchill hate fascism? No. Churchill liked fascism. He liked Mussolini. He said what Mussolini was doing in Italy was good. So the only reason that he went after the fascists in Germany was because Hitler wanted a pro-Aryan race. And Churchill didn't want that.
You don't even define human rights in a way that's sensible. I don't think that your perspective on World War II history is going to be very good. I did see your Venmo to the wrong account. So glad I stumbled across your live stream a few months ago. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Who was it in the chat? Just had him. Matthew, that's who it was on Venmo. Yeah, I get an email for those, but I don't I don't see them on my normal Venmo dashboard because it's a different account. I just made sure to also get the account there. Yeah, what's up?
Also, you said Stalin killed a bunch of people. Like, who did he kill? Other Nazis, fascists, Ukrainian nationalists who are right-wing fascists? You haven't provided a single shred of evidence as to why the communists are bad, as to why Stalin is bad, as to why Russia is bad, North Korea is bad. You have done nothing but try to explain to me why, these guys are fascists because they don't consider human rights abuses and violations, which has nothing to do with fascism.
Are you doubting that Stalin killed a lot of people?
He killed Nazis and fascists.
Yeah, a lot of civilians though.
Was it on purpose? Did he purposely go out and kill civilians?
I think he had disregard for the civilians who were dying because of what he did. Killed a lot of Russians.
In what way?
You're sea lioning. You're just gonna, whatever I say, you're just gonna ask another question. You've had my undivided attention for 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. We've been talking for 3 hours. It's been a good conversation. I feel like you got to know a lot about me. I've got to know a lot about you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd hope one day that we can write a song together. I see you play guitar, right? Like I see you're musically intelligent. Maybe one day we can write a song together. I don't know, but here we go.
It is fair to conclude Churchill took pains not to use the generic term fascists as an offhand dismissal of those with totalitarian ideas. He was always careful to describe which fascist he was talking about, though he regarded both of the left and the right as equally repugnant in their denial of liberty. It's from the Churchill Project. Hillsdale.edu. Hillsdale.edu.
Just like the Bush Foundation or whatever you brought up earlier. So
I was actually reading through this website to get to that quote.
Voice of producer Jessie, who you're hearing. She's sitting on the other side of the room.
And I was reading through the website, and they say they take pains to go through like every published thing that he said to make sure that anything that is like published on this website has been like triple fact against every source they have to make sure that it's actually what Churchill has said. They even get rid of they take some hits on their own to like prove their point. Like they said, where's the right?
Is there something we can control F to find it quickly? Or no,
Yeah,
you found
they got
it.
They said they even took the L on saying Churchill didn't say that if you're going through hell, keep going. That wasn't him. So yeah, basically this website gives its own like accreditation, like tells you why you should believe it more than anything, but its whole project is just to make sure that Churchill is like not misquoted. I fully go off of this source for if we're going to reference anything about Churchill.
Does it have what he says about Mussolini?
Yes.
Control F, right?
Q zoom back in. Thank you.
Yeah. And then we can go here. Okay, next, Churchill explains the differences applying the word fascist only to Mussolini. There are, of course, differences between dictatorships, yet they are largely discounted by one significant fact. It is easy to imagine Mussolini or Hitler as head of a communist state or Stalin as fascist Deuce or Führer. Nothing in communism or fascism as we know them or in the characters and records of these three men makes such a situation incredible. That's what he said about it, about Mussolini. Probably other things here. Let's see what else it says here. Author's response: Churchill dealt easily with concepts and political ideas. If he had genuinely admired fascism as opposed to one particular fascist, Mussolini, in 1927, he would have undoubtedly said so in many words. That he never did is proof that he did not admire fascism per se. Furthermore, the article claims Churchill was a great admirer of fascism, but it only offers one 1927 letter from is WSC, is that Winston Churchill? Does his middle name begin with S? Yes. To his wife about Italy and his compliments of Mussolini after his 1927 visit. Churchill was greatly exercised about the spread of communism and would tend privately to admire Mussolini's forestalling it. In 1927, Churchill, as Chancellor of the... I don't know how to pronounce this word. Do you know how to pronounce that word, Jessie?
Exchequer?
I don't know, had just secured Mussolini's promise, unfulfilled, to repay Italy's $600 million pound war debt. You tend to say nice things about people who you promise to pay you a lot of money. Yeah, so that's all that, or there's a couple more here, I think. No, that was the first one we read again.
Okay, so Churchill, a liberal, is literally willing to team up with a fascist to defeat communism.
Oh, see, that's the thing that you guys do. Why do you just listen to
Reddit?
You just... Exchequer is how it's pronounced. You just heard all of that and then just oversimplified it to that.
Bro, it's not an oversimplification. It's just a simplification.
Okay, but like
nothing's being oversimplified. That's literally what was being insinuated with that.
I mean, yeah, but every leader everywhere has to like occasionally exchange a word with some sort of decorum with a world leader that they find deplorable otherwise. It's like not unusual.
Did Stalin ever do that?
I don't think that question like again, I get you're sea lioning. Do I need to find an example of Stalin doing that for it to be true what I said, that just in general world leaders do need to like have that type of decorum? That's maybe a problem with the way
But why do they need to have this decorum?
Why are we even talking about this? You brought up Churchill. Like, how do we get here?
Okay,
we're talking about me. We're talking about what I believe for governance. We're talking about a bunch of stuff. We're talking about Peter sending me $17 on Venmo to say after a grueling 3-minute. Oh, here I already read that one. Thank you, Peter. But Infectious Bites sent me $20. That's the new one to say for the cause, brother. Thanks, comrade.
Well, look. I'm sorry. You want to talk to me? I'm sorry. I don't know what you wanted me to say. You said I had 45 minutes. I don't know what you want me to say. You wanted me to,
What is this? What is this an aside about Churchill prove in our discussion of liberalism and leftism and fascism in America?
How liberalism is literally right wing, just like fascism. Like they will literally communism is the only left wing ideology.
Yeah, I just don't think that's true.
Okay.
That's what you started with, and you've demonstrated over the course of the last 3 hours that you don't define any of these words in the same way as I do, and you can just fucking red string your way to these conclusions on your corkboard of nonsensical definitions that actual historians and political scientists don't recognize, but you're mostly just masturbating in the corner by yourself, and I don't know why we all have to watch.
So, all right, so what's the difference between liberalism and fascism then?
Like liberalism, like they're so different that like where do I even fucking begin on that? Liberals don't want there to be authoritarian control. They don't want power to be consolidated with a small group of people or with one person. That's the biggest fundamental difference between liberals and fascists.
But you do because
don't.
You guys want the entire world to be dominated by the United States.
Why do you fucking tell me that I believe something that I don't? I don't want that.
Okay, so you don't want the United States to literally control you don't want them to put other people in their place other than Russia.
No, that's like a non sequitur. Again, that's just a straw man. I think that the biggest difference, again, from people who identify as like a liberal somewhere on the political spectrum, which I will remind you I don't myself, I just think that the average liberal person in that area of the spectrum that I call the liberals, those are not people who want authoritarian control. Those are not people who want the government to have the sort of control that Project 2025 is designed to create for the Republicans in the federal government in the United States in this political climate right now, 2.5 decades into the 21st century. Those ideas are so completely at odds with one another. Those political perspectives are vastly different. I do believe that the liberals are closer in terms of their ideals to somebody like you than they are to somebody like Trump.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm trying to get you to wrap your head around this, right? You think that
I'm sorry, I can't. My head doesn't fit into a pretzel shape. Sorry.
Okay. So Harry S. Truman. Let's say he was the first liberal president of the United States.
I don't think. Whoa, that's a hot fucking take. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to. I think
Yes.
that like throughout history, if we're going to go back that far, if we're going to start going back, that's middle of the 20th century. But if we're going to go back farther than that and try to say like who were the liberal leaders, like I think that liberal gets a little relative going back because the liberal party compared to the conservative party, let's drop the labels Democrat and Republican because they've flipped a couple times if we go back this far. At any given time, you could say that this is the liberal candidate compared to that conservative one. And the Overton window has been shifting left throughout our history. So the liberal from 200 years ago might be as racist and misogynistic and problematic as the conservative of today. And we have to recognize that shift in the Overton window when we describe these things, which is actually why I really like Bloomberger's in the chat. He has a quip about this, how modern day conservatives have become regressive. The Republicans are no longer conservative. They're regressive. They want to go back to darker times that we've had in the past. The Democrats, these establishment Democrats that neither you or me like, they're kind of conservative. Like I can say that. And then it's like progressives like myself that are actually liberal in terms of what we want for the world. But nowhere, even if I recognize that labeling scheme, which is just kind of, I think, a meaningful one that Bloomberger in the chat has brought me, that still doesn't make Trump a liberal. I don't know how you get there.
Okay, but you do agree that Harry S. Truman is a liberal and that he was the worst president in U.S. history?
No, I'm not going to co-sign that. I'd have to have a glance at his Wikipedia article before I try to answer either of those questions.
I mean, I can tell you right off the top, bombing innocent civilians in Japan with nukes, starting an unjust war on the Korean Peninsula.
Greatest trolley problem of the 20th century was dropping those bombs. That's an interesting discussion, and I do see some value in the argument that we saved lives by dropping those bombs. But the thing that makes it conflicting for me is that we would have killed more people if we didn't drop them because we would have had to do a full-scale ground invasion of Japan.
You wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have. No, you would not have. Japan was already defeated well before the nukes fell down.
What was Japan's policy on surrender?
Bro, I don't know.
What was Japan's policy? You don't know what Japan's policy was on surrender.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And you say it doesn't matter, and you're sitting here asserting how World War II would have ended if we didn't drop the bombs.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
That's fucking embarrassing, dude. You're
Wait. So yes, true or false? Before the bombs dropped, the U.S. had already won Iwo Jima, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese and the Koreans.
The writing was on the wall, but what was Japan's policy on surrender?
But wait. We haven't even finished. Before the bombs dropped, China and Korea kicked the Japanese out of Manchuria, right?
Why do you think that Japan's policy on surrender doesn't matter?
Because they were going to be viciously defeated by the communists. But Harry S. Truman couldn't let the communists get the victory, so he had to drop the bombs to claim the victory.
You're rewriting history.
How is that? How?
Because you're speaking to the motivations of Truman, and again, just like all of your historical specters are through this really warped lens where you just come up with all these intentions. You say the reason he did it was this, the reason he did it was that. And no, the big dilemma with dropping the bombs was like, if we don't drop the bombs, we're going to have to do a ground invasion of Japan, because if you're familiar with their policies on surrender, you knew that it was going to take a really nuclear option in order to get Japan to surrender, which worked. And because it worked, fewer people died, because we estimate that more humans would have died if we did a ground invasion of Japan to get them to surrender. But fewer civilians would have died if we had done the ground invasion of Japan, which is why it's a really difficult and interesting problem in the ethics of wartime decision making, whether or not dropping the bombs was a better thing to do than a ground invasion of Japan. And I'm a little agnostic to that, because I don't consider myself like the most accomplished World War II historian, but I think it's really worth discussing. And you are just, once again, like you have at every other step in this 3.5 hour presence you've had on my show, just asserting that your armchair analysis of this, even though you just told me that Japan's surrender policy didn't even matter for this consideration, which I think that demonstrates that your thinking about this is narrow. But yeah, so I don't think that you're interested in learning about things unless they show that you're right. And there, I said that when you were cornered in that way, you would stall by saying "brother" again, which you only do when you don't say it very often unless I have you in one of these direct corners. And I said you'd do it again by the end of the show, and here you are doing it, brother.
Okay, look, check this out. We did not.
And like I said, it always comes with the cope chuckle. I said that earlier as well. You have a tell, my man. I know that I can tell that you're on the backs of your heels, because it's happened so many times in the 3 hours you've been on my show. I've learned the way that your speech patterns change when you know that you're cornered in that way. I'm giving you plenty of time to explain this. Go ahead.
No, you. All right. Can you try to do this without interrupting, please? I know it's your show. I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm just begging, please. I'm begging, right? Don't interrupt. The U.S. did not have to drop nukes or do a ground invasion, because, like I said, the Koreans and the Chinese kicked the Japanese out of Manchuria. They kicked, with the help of my main man, Kim Il-sung, they kicked the Japanese out of the Korean peninsula. Well, not entirely. They were still there kind of in the south with Syngman Rhee, the fascist dictator backed by the U.S., right? But either way, even if you want to say that them dropping one nuke is acceptable, why did Harry S. Truman drop the second nuke? It's because he knew that Stalin was on his way to his own nuclear program.
No, we were bluffing. Those are the only 2 nuclear weapons we had ready to drop, and we wanted them to think that we had an arsenal of them. So we dropped 2 and said it's the 0, 1, or infinity. How many are there of something? Either 0, 1, or infinity.
Wait.
So we dropped 2 to show that we hadn't put all our resources into 1. So Japan was scared enough to surrender because they thought there might be more. But it was a bluff. It was a successful bluff. We only had the 2.
Here's the thing.
So once again, you are doing the thing that I just a moment ago accused you of doing, which is deciding that you understand what the intentions were when you just don't.
No, that's what you're doing. You keep doing this thing where you're like half-assing it, where you say, oh yeah, well, this is true, but it was for this, when it's not true. Yes, it's true that they wanted to scare somebody, but it was not the Japanese that they were trying to scare.
All right. Calm down. Take some deep breaths and establish your thoughts on how you can tell me that the reason we dropped 2 was anything other than what I just said. And you're going to do that while I read the donations, because Miss Icon sent me $2 Canadian to say, take a shot every time he says brother. Watch out, people, not trying to kill my audience with alcohol poisoning. 10,000 Seconds sent $10 to say Churchill said that Mussolini was kind and doing good things for his people and saved his country from communism. But that was before he joined Hitler. Yeah, once again, that one reference from 1927, yeah, I think you can probably find me saying something nice about Donald Trump from before he was a politician, because he was a local celebrity in the neighborhood that I grew up in before 2015. 10,000 Seconds also sent $10 to say Churchill was a liberal, but only at the beginning of his career. He became a conservative and was for most of his career. Thank you. Catherine sent $2 Canadian to say Stalin's dekulakization, 600,000 dead, 1929 to 1933. Thank you for that, Catherine. 10,000 Seconds sent another $10 to say Japan's military said they would fight to the last person. That was their surrender policy, by the way. That's what I was alluding to. The military had a plan to give every citizen a weapon and mobilize them. The emperor had to go against them and surrender, because we figured the only thing that would get them to do that is the literally nuclear option of dropping the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which I'm not even sitting here and asserting was a good thing to do. I am asserting that that is the most difficult trolley problem that we saw in the real world in the 20th century, which is why it's interesting to talk about. But the caller is just uninterested in any type of nuanced argumentation about that at all. He just thinks that he understands everything about what everybody involved was trying to do. And I think that that's very silly. I think that that's very short-sighted. And I think it's a little bit disingenuous because he's just confirmation biasing the shit out of himself. Thank you, Ross, and thank you for your fucking patience. I have not been good on reading the Cash Apps today. But we've only had one caller, so they're all pursuant to the same person. So I know who Ross is talking about when he sent $5 to say, this guy is absolutely insane. He's talking about you, caller. Ross sent another $5 to say, caller complains but won't vote. Get the fuck out. Yeah, I even got him to admit that for him and me, circumstances will be better if the Democrats take control of the legislative branch, but he's still not going to vote. I can't even tell you why. I was going to say because he's a nincompoop, but I mean, I guess that's it. Like, I can just say that he's a nincompoop for that because it's making no sense to me. But I don't even know what his motivation for not voting is when he recognizes that it'd be better if the Democrats win. I guess he backpedaled to say that it's just so rigged that it doesn't matter who he votes for, which is just conspiratorial thinking. I don't think our elections are that rigged. Araxis sent $2 to say Trump is an opportunistic, populist, bad actor. I agree. That's why he switched parties to Republican when he ran for president, because he knew that even though he's actually socially liberally, like Donald Trump is like socially liberal in a couple of ways. I'm sure he doesn't have a problem with gay people, even though he like is allowing them to be harmed to get what he wants, because I think he's a fucking psychopath. He doesn't care about those people. But I think in his heart, he doesn't care if people are gay. That's one way in which Trump is liberal. I don't think that's the way that the caller was asserting that he's a liberal. I think that the caller's asserting that he has behaved as a liberal as a politician, which he has not. Steven sent $5 to say regime must accept terms of political ideologies. Yep. Let's hop over to Venmo because that was the first one I read. Yeah, another one came in. Thank you, Vicky, for the $2. Vicky wanted to add, there are absolutely homeless in North Korea. Tell the caller to look up flowering swallows. Quote Jebi. I'll type it because I got the spelling. All
right, so are you familiar with the Yalta Conference?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you familiar with the Yalta Conference?
No. Maybe I am if I got reminded.
So the Soviet Union agreed at the Yalta Conference to enter the Pacific War roughly 3 months after Germany's defeat, which meant early August 1945, around when the bombs were used.
Mm-hmm.
Truman and his Secretary of State, James Byrnes, were already deeply worried about Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe and Asia. Byrnes in particular is often quoted as hoping the bomb would make Russia more manageable in post-war negotiations.
Okay.
I mean, the timing's suspicious, right? If the bombs were dropped just before the Soviets were set to invade Manchuria, which some argue was meant to end the war.
The flex of saying that the United States had that type of like military power, we lied to the world and said we had more nukes when we didn't. That was effective on more groups than just Japan. Everybody was watching. So holy shit, you hear what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Maybe don't fuck with the United States. Again, yeah.
So you just proved my point that... Thank you for proving my point that Truman dropped the bombs to scare.
Yeah, okay, but as that wasn't the only reason, and I would point out that it was also successful in that sense. Is that it scared people into not fighting these wars more. I'm very glad that we haven't had any nukes fall since 1945.
Okay, so you think that them dropping the nukes prevented?
What were you reading that off of?
Huh?
What were you reading that off of?
Nothing.
No, you were. I call bullshit.
Come on, stop. Look,
No.
Right now, you're reading your chat right now.
You were reading. What were you reading from? You just lied to me.
What does this have to do with the actual?
You just lied to me.
Argument?
About what website were you reading that from?
Oh my God, I'm not reading it from a website.
What are you reading it from?
My book.
What book? What does it say on the cover?
It's from the Smithsonian, World War II, map by map.
So from the Smithsonian website or from a book?
From a book.
Can you turn your camera on and show us the book?
Yeah. Do you want the specific page that I read it off of?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because you just lied to me and said you weren't reading off of it. So yeah, I do want to see where you were in fact reading when you lied and told me you weren't reading.
I wasn't actively reading it off a book. I read it off a book that I read previously. Yeah, I know. I actually read books. Yes, I know. It's Black Boy Reads Books. Yes, I know. Crazy.
Dude, right? What the fuck? Like, why do you keep going there?
It's not you. It's not you. It's your audience that's trying to make these innuendos that I'm apparently reading something because I can't have intelligence, right?
Are you going to get the book? That means that's not what you were just reading. I could tell that you were reading off of something.
I wasn't.
Hold on. I just straight up don't fucking believe you, dude.
Why?
Hold on, because for what I believe to be very good reason, we're gonna listen back to it. I'm gonna have the audience judge whether or not you were reading something. I think you asked for ChatGPT to generate you some sort of answer, and that's what you came up with, and you were reading it off of ChatGPT, and that's why you don't want to tell me where exactly it's from and why it's taking you so long to present that book. So let's just go back to a few moments ago in the stream and listen to that. And we're just whether or not you were reading something. I think you asked for ChatGPT.
I've been telling.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, why do you keep going there? Okay, that was a second ago. Let's just go back a little farther. Reason, and I would point out that it was also successful in that sense. Is that it scared me just before that. Here we go. This is the section where I'm accusing you of having been
roughly
reading.
3 months after Germany's defeat, which meant early August 1945, around when the bombs were used.
Mm-hmm.
Truman and his Secretary of State, James Byrnes, were already deeply worried about Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe and Asia.
All right. Are you seriously telling me that that's not you reading something, and you're going to tell me that was you speaking from the top of your head? The question was, what were you reading when you said that?
I wasn't reading anything. How many times?
That's
do you want me to turn my
horseshit.
camera on? Do you want me to turn my camera on and show you my books? Or?
I mean, it was a second ago, and people watching the show and listening to it can just judge whether or not that was the cadence that you've been using for the last 3 hours, or one that aligns with you reading. You tripped over a name that you didn't have pronounced. Yeah, like you can show me a book that you've got. Let's see. Okay. So show me the page you were reading from.
I wasn't reading from a page. How many times?
Okay, then I'm not interested in looking at your fucking book. I think
you asked me to look at the book.
Okay, because you said that that's what you were reading when I think I correctly accused you of reading. When here, let's listen to it again. Shut up, so people know that we're listening to the show. Okay, we're gonna just judge one more time. We're gonna play back like 30 seconds of the show from like 5 minutes ago, and you're telling me that this isn't you reading something.
Are you familiar with the Yalta Conference?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you familiar with the Yalta Conference?
No. Maybe I am if I got reminded.
So the Soviet Union agreed at the Yalta Conference to enter the Pacific War roughly 3 months after Germany's defeat, which meant early August 1945, around when the bombs were used.
Mm-hmm.
Truman and his Secretary of State, James Byrnes, were already deeply worried about Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe and Asia. Byrnes in particular is often quoted.
You can hear the pause from when you're skipping to one line to the next.
Well, okay, so I just had my mother listen to the playback, and she said it sounds like I'm not reading, so thank you.
Are you citing your mom?
Yeah, I am.
I'll ask her about it later then. I don't really trust her as a source, though.
You know,
She's an unreliable lady. She doesn't always answer my midnight texts.
Okay, so check this out.
Behave.
All right, check this out. What does this have to do with, like, why are you trying to obfuscate from the point? Like, why are you trying to?
No. One of the things I do is dismantle the credibility of my callers, and if you're just lie so unashamedly about what you were doing just a minute ago, that demonstrates to me even further that people shouldn't listen to you.
Well, for one, I didn't lie, and for two, this is not a courtroom, buddy. This is a TikTok live. Like, we were here to debate about why Truman dropped the bombs on Japan, and you're trying to say, oh well, why are you reading something?
No. We're on something new, which is why did you lie to me? I'm honest about it when I'm reading either from the chat or from the Discord or from a source that I'm looking at. I always announce it.
Okay, so it's okay. So let's say I did read something. So it's okay for you to read something, but it's not okay for me to read something?
It's not okay for you to come on here and lie and try when we're trying to have a conversation about what's true and reasonable. No, not okay. Unacceptable.
I haven't lied, Nick. You've been lying the whole time.
What have I lied about?
Many things, man. Come on. We've been talking for like 4 hours. I can't go over every single thing that you've lied about.
You can say that you think I'm wrong about stuff. That's perfectly fair. Do you think I'm sitting here being dishonest with you about what I think?
I don't think you're being dishonest.
Okay.
I think you're misguided.
Okay, do you understand what a lie is? A lie is being dishonest. It's telling something that isn't the truth on purpose.
why are you trying to sit here and goad with me? Like, why can't we just have
Thank you. 10,000 seconds for the $20. Russia and the U.S. were helping each other. We beat Germany and Italy. That left Japan. They planned to take an island to help beat Japan. They didn't have enough chips. The bombs meant they didn't need any more. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the $20. And I'll also thank Elusive Viper for the $2 who said USA pushed Russia to join the Pacific War in Yalta. Once again, why are you lying? You're accusing me of lying. And I don't think you understand what a lie is if you think that me being wrong unintentionally is lying. That's not what lying is.
Well, that super chatter just read something that was a blatant lie, and you just read it out like it was a fact. So
I always announce that it's the super chats. It's just people paying to get their message read. I don't necessarily co-sign everything that gets said in the donation messages. In fact, if I do, I usually point out that I do co-sign it. I'm not as educated on Yalta as you are, which makes it funny that I'm still able to manage this conversation as well as I am. But once again, lying is saying something that's wrong on purpose. Do you think that that's a fair definition of lying?
No, you can no. If I say something that I think is true, but it's not, I still told a lie.
That's not what lying is. Lying implies the intent.
I don't know where you're getting your definition from, but
I think I'm going to trust Merriam-Webster on having a good definition. I'm just going to look up the word lie and Merriam-Webster.
Merriam-Webster, LOL.
Lie, definition and meaning. Yeah, LOL. Are you telling me that the dictionary is a liberal source? To be, let's see. A couple of these don't have to do with truth-telling, because to lie or be in rest in a horizontal position, that's not the definition we want. Let's see. Where's the definition that has to do with truth-telling? How am I not finding this? To occupy relative position, to have direction, to remain flat, horizontal, to be in a helpless, defensible position. What? Why is there not a definition for lying that has to do with truth-telling? Come on, Merriam-Webster. Am I missing it? Belong, remain. Here we go. We just different. Yeah, here we go. Found it. To make an untrue statement with intent to deceive. That's what Merriam-Webster says it is. They actually landed on exactly my wording. Oh, I'm in the wrong Chrome page. I got whoopsie daisy. Oh, that's okay. I can just copy and paste it into the other one. Let's put that back.
So if I tell the truth, which I think could be the truth, but I still try to deceive somebody, and I don't know if it's the truth or not, is that a lie?
If you are asserting that you know something to be true, even though you don't know for sure that it's true, that would be deception, yes.
That's
you're
not
lying.
what I said. You're sea-lining.
No, dude, I'm just saying that to lie is to make an untrue statement with intent to deceive, and you're accusing me of lying. So I would like for you to tell me what untrue thing I have said with the intent to deceive.
It's been 4 hours. I would have to go back through the entire VOD to remember that. I mean, we've talked about a multitude of things on this live. So
I don't think you're a liar other than lying about, like, not reading a second ago. I think you're just a fucking fool, and I've demonstrated that you're a fool, which is why you lied on my show, because you're fucking cornered. But I'm not going to sit here and say that you don't believe most of this nonsense that you believe. I think you do believe it, because you're an nincompoop. I don't think you're as much of a liar as that.
Why am I a fool? What is the definition of fool? How does that fit with me?
Lucky Phil sent me $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say word to your mother. Thank you, Lucky Phil.
Like, why do you have to sit here and
I think that believing I think a fool is somebody who is I guess easily deceived, in the same way that this definition is saying about lying. I think that because you're easily deceived, you have been deceived into believing a whole bunch of nonsense, which is why you're not lying to me when you tell me that nonsense. You're just wrong.
So you think I'm the one that's easily deceived, but I'm trying to tell you why I support Russia, and that sounds like somebody who's easily deceived to you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we actually looked at some of the sources on that, and you were very easily deceived by influencers online instead of reputable sources.
Ooh. What influencer online? What influencer?
Asian Entertainment or whatever it was, that thing that you looked up as the source for your claim about, what was it, Johnny Somali?
Oh,
yeah, and then we looked up actually good sources and found that they all contradicted what you had learned from that online personality. That is a Western source, by the way.
Not even true. So what have I been a fool about in terms of Russia though? Because
your entire political perspective is foolish.
Really?
Yeah, the whole thing. My entire my review of your political perspective, I can fit into one word, and the word is foolish.
Okay, no, please tell me what my political perspective is, because you know.
that there's only 3 types of political perspective: communism, liberalism, and fascism. You think
That's
that Trump...
true.
What?
That's literally true. That's
Yeah, I think that-
Dugan wrote about it in his book. So you know more than Dugan, right?
I don't know anything about Dugan, and I don't care. I just think it is foolish to pigeonhole everybody's beliefs into one of those 3 categories, especially if you pigeonhole Trump into the category of liberal instead of fascist.
They're both the same thing, really, bro. Like, come
Oh,
on.
so if liberalism and fascism are the same thing, then why are there 3 categories at all?
Because liberals try to make a distinction between them and fascists to make them seem like they're the good guys, to make them seem righteous. To, hey, we don't like authoritarianism. We want the whole in the happy of the people, right? We know that's not true. We know.
So you
what
think
a
that
liberal's game is.
you think that the only 3 perspectives are your perspective, the bad guys, and then the bad guys who claim not to be bad guys?
Yeah, and then
I think that's foolish.
Every other political ideology falls into an umbrella of those 3. Like, you can't name another political ideology. You haven't. Somebody said conservatism.
Oh, you said that human rights are made up and arbitrary. That was pretty foolish.
Bro, you agree that they're made up.
I agree that they're social constructions, which means they're made up, but I don't believe that they're arbitrary. That's the part of that that's foolish. Thank you, Patrick, for the $5 on Venmo. Sent Stalin death toll breakdowns in the operational. Guy is not someone to look up to. Yeah, we read some of that. Thank you for that.
Come on, nobody in the chat knows anything about Stalin. Come on, stop it.
It appears that multiple people in this chat know how many people died because of Stalin.
No, that's also self-evidently wrong. Ross sent $5 on Cash App to say, define this, define that, collar equals fool. Yeah, define this, define that. I mean, that's kind of the sea lining. But again, like, your definitions for some of these very basic political principles are so amazingly wrong that it's not surprising that your perspective is quite foolish.
Okay, so you haven't told me, neither of you guys have told me one person that's died from Stalin that wasn't a Nazi sympathizer, a fascist.
Okay, we're going to do that claim. Let's go to the Discord, see what they brought me. Operational. Here we go. Wells said best source first, and then we have Hawaii.edu, power kills, USSR, command wholesale for best example. So here, I'm just going to follow the instructions that my fact checker in the Discord found by copying this text, moving it to here. Oh, wait, no, I got to do it this way because it grabbed the whole thing. Discord, make it easier to copy and paste a link. My fucking goodness.
So you clarify that you are reading from Discord right now.
Yeah. Because again, it's not you versus me, dude. I don't care about me. It's your claims versus the truth, and I am the vessel through which that happens because I'm an effective communicator. But I'm completely transparent about the fact that I have an army of people helping me be right all the time on the show. I couldn't do this by myself. No, I don't claim to be such a person.
You're a king at gaslighting. I can't lie. That is one of the main.
That's just not
clarification. Not reading off of Discord, using Discord to go to
somebody
sources.
on Discord helped me find this other source, which is Hawaii.edu. Part of this mass killing was genocide, as in the wholesale murder of hundreds of thousands of Don Cossacks in 1919, the intentional starving of about 5 million Ukrainian peasants to death in 1932 to 1933. By the way, each of these do have their own individual citations. Like, I could open this one, and that brings me to this is still on Hawaii.edu, so you'd have to trust them as an educational resource. But again, if you doubt any of the things I'm reading to you, you could try to. We could go down the rabbit hole of searching about any of these things individually, but it goes on to say the deportation mass death of 50 to 60,000 Estonians in 1949 part was mass murder as of the wholesale extermination of perhaps 6.5 million kulaks, in effect better off peasants than those resisting collectivization. From 1930 to 1937, the execution of perhaps 1 million party members in the Great Terror of 1937 to 1938, and the massacre of all the Trotskyites in the forced labor camps. So there. Thank you, W Discord. But there are some examples of Stalin killing people because you wanted that.
And
for some reason,
you know about the Cossacks and the kulaks being Ukrainian sympathizers and Nazi troops. They worked with the Nazi SS. You know about that, right?
Are all of the examples that I just listed examples of him killing Nazis and nobody else? Because that was your claim.
They're nationalists as well. They're not all just Nazis. They're nationalists too.
So you're moving the goalpost on the people that he killed.
They're fascists.
Oh, because nationalism makes you fascist? Lawrence Britt was onto something, wasn't he?
It's not the main vestitude of it, but yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, I would say it's one of 14 things that somebody like Lawrence Britt identified about fascists.
Okay, cool. I mean, all right, so
I think on that grand slam of a callback, I am going to conclude the conversation with this particular leftist because we are running out of time.
Can I say something though?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Honestly, it's been a good conversation, right? This lasted longer than any other debates I've had with the liberals. Usually,
I do call myself the most patient host on the platform.
You are, and I like what you have going on with your audience, and I hope one day we can write a song together, man.
I'm not going to cooperate with you on any creative projects. Fuck that.
Bro, why?
I was reticent about shaking your hand. You are the problem. You are not helping the cause.
I'm the problem? Okay,
Absolutely.
So I'm the problem and not the MAGA people that you argue with? They're not a problem?
They're the big problem. You are helping them. People like you are a big chunk of the reason why Kamala Harris isn't president. If people like you had voted, then we wouldn't be in this mess. Yeah, it's
why would
fault.
I want Kamala? Okay,
I consider Alex Preddy's blood and Renee Good's blood and many other people's blood to be on the hands of individuals like yourself. So no, I'm not going to work on any creative projects with you. I'm not interested.
Okay, so all right, cool. I mean, well, GG, well played. I mean, one day we'll get a song together. I don't know. We'll see. Come on, you know you want to.
Anything else?
No.
Goodbye. What a show we've had today. Been a while since we've had a monolithic episode, especially since we moved to the 4-hour format, because that's quite a long fucking time to talk to one particular person. But we're gonna have fun figuring out a title and thumbnail for this one. But this is the That Guy episode. He'll never be able to say I didn't give him a chance. In fact, at the end, he said I did give him a very good chance. Thank you very much, Jazz Barringcraft, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. There's only one political stance, and it's shit. That's a good one. Steven sent $2 to say, loving the long form deep dive into truth. Yep. I think it's valuable to give these people the time and space they need to demonstrate thoroughly that they aren't worth any more time and space. In the discourse space, I mean to say, because I value the college human rights. He doesn't for some reason. 10,000 Seconds sent $10 to say, Stalin lowered the death penalty to 12-year-old. What category do these kids fall under? Good fucking question. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. Lucky Phil. Nothing new from Lucky Phil. I'm just going to read out Word to Your Mother again. Thanks for that. And then, we were going to read the 14 tenets of fascism as described by Lawrence Britt, right? Like that was
Did you get through all your donations?
Did I?
Did you check Venmo?
I did check Venmo.
My bad. Sorry, guys. Producer.
No worries. We're just being careful. But I do want to include Lawrence Britt's 14 tenets just as a readout in here. This document, I happen to know, does not show very, very well on the screen, but so we're just going to give the broad strokes of these just to wrap the end of the show. But we've got powerful and continuing nationalism. That's 1. Disdain for recognition of human rights. That's 2. Identification of enemies, scapegoats as a unifying cause. That's the illegal immigrants in the modern American political climate. Supremacy of the military. Yeah. We're awesome. We're doing great. Definitely going to ignore the fact that the living conditions upon the USS Abraham Lincoln are so bad that we have soldiers who are self-unaliving about it, or trying to anyway. Rampant sexism. Don't even think we need to cover that one. Fucking Epstein Files City. Controlled mass media. Yep, Trump's trying to use his FCC chair appointee to control the media. He and the billionaires that have supported his campaign are control like much of the major social media that is like newer that we have to deal with. Number 7, obsession with national security. Yep, that's DHS and ICE for you. Religion and government are intertwined. Trump sells fucking Bibles as merch. I will remind you of that. Corporate power is protected. Citizens United and the things that it's done for our political climate. Yay. Labor power is suppressed. Trump's a union buster, doesn't like people organizing. Disdain for intellectuals and the arts. I think that's pretty clear. They say to be weary of the liberal educator, be weary of all these historians who end up liberal for some reason. Obsession with crime and punishment. Once again, DHS, ICE, these dangerous violent criminals. Being an illegal immigrant's a crime, therefore they're all dangerous violent criminals. Rampant cronyism and corruption. Oh my God, the way his net worth has increased, the things that his friends and family have gotten through his presidency. Rampant cronyism and corruption and fraudulent elections. Need I say more? Thanks everybody for the donations. Paul sent $5 on Venmo at the very end of the show to say the you want to at the end really reveals a lot about good faith leftist. Yep. Unfortunately, that's
Buy me a coffee.
Oh, do we have a buy me a coffee? Thank you for the heads up, Jessie. 4 hours with this clown for $2 from Lucky Phil. Thanks for sticking it out. And I suppose we should pick a friend to send everybody to as the show concludes. Oh, fuck. Little Sao Pal is live. Go hit up Little Sal Pal. His username is, I believe, I think it is just Little Sal Pal. Oh wait, did it end? Did it end right when I clicked it? No. He's live. It's not letting me join because I'm live. But yeah, Little Sal Pal. Just type all of that as one word. He's a viewer who did his first stream the other day. So just go tell him that Oscar's rating his show because I think he's gonna be a good host. So I'm trying to give this guy a boost. Go support Little Sal Pal. That's the show for the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time on TikTok and YouTube. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.